Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
God morgon, Emil.
Morgon. Ingela tycker jag lät som.
Yes, god morgon på dig du. Jag har inte kameran på för jag har så dålig uppkoppling.
Det är helt okej.
Good morning, everybody. I am Lennart Johansson. I am project manager for Project Smart Marina, and we will have the final conference today. And I will present my crew. Kairi
Hello.
and Annika
Hello.
and Michael, you will
Hello.
present yourself.
Yes, I'll be acting as your conferencier today to help you and help the day go smoothly. Just a few items of note. We'd love to get your questions. So please, on the Zoom live stream, type in your questions to us and we'll organize them and make sure they get to the speakers. For the YouTube stream coming later, send in your questions by email, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yes,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will be adjusting the order of speakers.
Yeah.
And following the order of speakers on the app.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will start with a little overview of what is Smart Marina. Smart Marina goal is to raise the service level in existing small ports, improve local and regional mobility, and thereby contribute into increased tourism. I think I will take this off when I am alone here. Increase cooperation and exchange experience. How have we did that? By investing into major bottlenecks and future sustainability according to the harbor needs. Clear environmental profile in the harbor and also blue flag certification as environmental trademark. In total, the budget for the project was 8.2 million euro, and the main funding was from Central Baltic Interreg program, and also co-financing by respective partner. In the project, we have 32 small ports in the middle of Baltic Sea and the center here at Åland. And the crew, which I'm very glad, and I will especially say thanks because they have made a huge work. Kairi, financial manager, you just see her and you will also hear her presentation later today. And Annika, which are substitute during maternity leave as communication manager. And on maternity leave is Elina. And also we had during a time Richard Cranston together with us. Together we have done in the project nearly 100 per cases and lot of them also in good hard regulations. And the structure in the project is nearly built up as a big building project. So if you compare all the partners as sub-companies. So we have partner in North Finland, Rasmus Karlsson, and in Östhammar, Anders Jonsson, in Hioma, Sven Kigurson, and Skärgårdsstiftelsen, Pia Berg, and also Valdemarsvik, Emil Center. In the project, we have an economic structure like a big building project, and we have a very hard economic steering in all levels. That was my first short part of presentation. The next part will be that I should have a presentation of what has happened in the small port at Åland. I will share my screen and open Smart Marina app. And you can do the same, home, and open the Smart Marina app. You can find it in App Store or Google Play. And here we have all our ports and also several ports which are not in our project. This is a very good tool for boaters. And you can see when I have a presentation for each port, it is a very, very strong instrument. I will start with Åland, Iceland, and with Brudhäll. And as you can see, you have an information sign, and you can also go in and look at what is information in each port. And you can also go and look how it looks like. And you have very good visibility, and it's complete 360. And the green area is allowed to mooring. And you can also see our investments. In this project, we have renovated the service house, electrical system, electrical pedestals, and just also finished a new sauna house. Glada Laxen. Here we have built a complete new service house and wastewater treatment. And Gullviva. New jetty, electrical pedestals, and also a waste handling house. Hamnsundet, north part of Åland. Complete new service house with harbor office. And Havsvidden, new sauna. Next part, Jurmo.
We have a little echo. If you put that in your microphone jack.
No,
You don't have a
no,
microphone jack.
no. And in Jurmo, we are renovating the old bridges, renovating of service house, wastewater treatment plant, electrical pedestals. And in Kastelholm, we have renovated the service house and also electrical pedestals and barbecue place. And in Kumlinge, a complete new service house up here. And also black water pumping system for black water from the boats. And in Kärringsund, new jetty for the boats, renovation of service house, solar panels. And in Mariehamn, we have MSF, new jetty with mooring places with special boom. And in the small port of Seglinge, renovation of harbor office, and the bridges are complete renovated because they were so bad conditions, so they were nearly going out to the sea. And also just finished for a couple of weeks ago, a new barbecue house. And the next part is Vargata. In Vargata, we have renovation of harbor office and also a new jetty and a wastewater treatment plant. And OSS Rödhamn. This is one of the most exciting projects because this is a completely off-grid plant. And they don't have any electricity before Smart Marina project. So we have invested in solar panels, new service house, also solar heat exchanger from the sun, and shower and so on. So today you can go to Rödhamn, you can have a warm shower, and you can charge your boats. That was not possible before Smart Marina project. That was my part. It was quite quick, I think, but it was under the main investments which I inform you about. More you can have if you send a question to us because we have a real complete information about all ports. Next part out here is Finland, and I will leave over the word to Rasmus.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rasmus Karlsson, and I'm a project leader for the mainland Finnish part of the project for Novia University of Applied Sciences. We'll start with Bagge Marina to go through our investments. Let's see. There we go. In Bagge, we installed a new buoys for mooring so that we have increased capacity for the guest harbor part of the marina to the left. That was all for Bagge. Then we have Baresund. The main investment was new jetties to increase capacity in the harbor with electricity and water on the jetties, as well as new walkable booms, boat booms. And behind the cafeteria, we have built new toilets and also a dishwashing area. In Brännskär, we built a new service house with showers and washing machines, new washing machines. We built a solar power plant on the old boathouse and on the cafeteria / harbor office. We also built a new dishwashing area by the old sauna. We have also invested in a new beach volley court and frisbee golf court on Brännskär. Then I can also say that we built new recycling bins that can be emptied directly onto the Keep the Archipelago Tidy vessel by crane. Here on Cafébryggan, the visitor jetty of Farmors Café, we have utilized the old stone pier so that you now can moor on the stone pier by walkable boat booms that are not yet visible on this picture, but they are there now. We have also built a solar power plant and modular service buildings that are built in a factory, transported to Cafébryggan and then lifted off by crane, and they have showers, saunas and toilets. We have also invested in a new AED device there. In Kirjais, we have two main investments. First one was the new jetty right in front of the picture here with buoys, electricity and water. And then a new service building, or actually we have rebuilt an old garage into a service building that now houses showers and saunas and toilets, dishwashing area and washing machines. In Korpoström, we have renewed the jetties and built new walkable boat booms. We have renovated the sauna and built a solar power plant on the roof of the main building. We have also invested in an AED device in Korpoström, and Korpoström will be the first Finnish harbor to be a pilot harbor for Blue Flag that we will hear more about later. Then we have Lillbacka. The main investment was a new rigid floating jetty with electricity and a solar power plant, as well as a reverse osmosis water purification plant, so that now we have better capacity of fresh water in the harbor. And finally, Stenskär. We have built a new jetty, or renewed the old jetty, also installed electricity on the jetty and new buoys. It used to be anchoring only, and also new toilets and a barbecue house to the left. And to the right here, we have a new sauna, and we have also installed a solar power plant here. I think that was the main Finnish investments. We did about 40 procurements, I think, altogether for the 8 Finnish harbors. We had a budget of 1.2 million for investments about. Thank you.
Thank you, Rasmus. You also have one port which will be blue flags certificated during this year.
Yes, this was Korpuström, which I mentioned, that will be the first, which is actually accepted as a pilot port for Blue Flag Finland now.
Thank you. Next out is Sweden with Emil.
Hello and welcome to Sweden. I am Emil Selse, even if it was a little bit otherwise spelled in the previous slide here. I'm the project manager for Valdemarsvik municipality, running Smart Marina for 3 of the harbors down in Sweden. And let us take us to the first one in Burgsvik on the island Gotland. Burgsvik is positioned in the very south of that island, about an hour south of Visby. So if you could go into that and zoom out a little bit, thank you. Smart Marina has helped that harbor a lot in their effort to become an attractive and sustainable harbor for the boaters. You can see the new jetty, 120-meter long concrete pontoon with electricity, water and booms. That have been there since last summer, including a small wave breaker, making the harbor very calm compared to before. A new gangway is the link to land, where the existing pier has been widened and completely remade to become an attractive and accessible center of that harbor. The service building in the center there, and this harbor office is completely renovated and modernized, and we have a new payment machine there as well, all thanks to Smart Marina. The number of berths for boat guests has increased with 29, new one in total now 40. And Burgsvik, in addition to those investments, we are also doing all necessary things to become a Blue Flag certified harbor in 2021. Okay, that was Burgsvik. Now you are already on my next one, the nearest one, down in Fyrudden, outside Valdemarsvik. So if you look into Fyrudden, that's a quite big harbor. So let's see how it looked like. I don't see anything right now. I don't think.
You will wait a little bit. Something happened. Technical issue because my screen sharing shut down.
Okay, while you do that, I can say for all my 3 harbors, we have applied for Blue Flag certification, which you will hear later what that is during the day here. So in 2021, we have 3 more Swedish harbor in that, which is Blue Flag certified, and that is to handle waste management, to do what, to have the service, to have signage, to do everything you need for fulfill all those criteria there, which is also helping us a lot in the attractiveness on those harbors. I can also say, while we're waiting, that we have the investments of about 200,000 euro from EU per harbor here in investments, thanks to Smart Marina. And you can see actually Fyrudden on my back here. That is a picture from Fyrudden here, where we have a new jetty of 120 meter long concrete pontoon. You will see it on the 360 slides very soon here. Water supply, electricity, booms is added there, and we have new number of berths for on the new jetty is about 25, and now we have about 70 in total for Fyrudden. And very soon you will see how it look like. In addition to this jetty for the boats to be, we have also a 60 meter long wave breaker, and those two together make the water in the harbor much nicer, since it's protected from wind from more or less all directions now. Oh, now we see. So you see it down there, it's a wave breaker, and to the left now is the new jetty. And there you see the complete harbor. So that's about 20 minutes outside Valdemarsvik, and it's really good positioned in the fairway on the Baltic Sea route there. Okay, that was Fyrudden. So let's go a little bit to the north to my last harbor called Umeå. And Umeå has, thanks to Smart Marina, went from a small, picturesque hidden harbor with a nice restaurant to the full service marina with all necessary facilities. And it's interesting because in the initial plan, it was just to add a jetty. You see it in front now, a jetty with 21 places here, adding some up to 34 in total for guests, and have that jetty and the solar production unit on the top of the restaurant. But then, thanks to or due to Corona, we had the possibility to enlarge budget and time, and they added a service building with sauna and everything in there, which is just finalized now or almost finalized, and then harbor office in the center of the harbor as well. And they have also worked a lot on accessibility on all parts of the harbor. And there will also be a blue flag as my two others. So we have just take the opportunity now to say we're very happy to be part of Smart Marina, even if networking was poor due to Corona, but we made our best there. And this is not the end of the work. We will start a new way of working together. And this day is sort of start of that. Thank you very much from Emil in Sweden.
Thank you, Emil. Next is Pia.
Hello, everybody. I'm Pia Berg from the Stockholm Archipelago Foundation. We have contributed with one harbor in this project, and that is Tejan in the northern archipelago. Here we have installed two floating piers, one with breakaway function, and we have moved one old pier. And so we have created a harbor that's sheltered from all winds, which is very necessary here because it's quite windy and the harbor before was quite open. We have also increased capacity, of course. Now we can welcome 45 to 50 leisure boats, which is a lot more than we could host before. And we have also invested in mooring lines, electrical pedestals, and water tap with fresh water for the boats. Thank you.
Thank you, Pia. Next out is Anders.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I'm Anders Johnson, project manager working for Östhammar municipality. And I have 3 harbors in Sweden. First one is Rindö, and that is an old military harbor right next to Stockholm. And in this harbor, we have made a complete renovation of an existing service house. The red little building right there. So now it's functioning, accessible with wheelchair and so on. And we have extended the guest harbor, the green areas with the boats there. And if you scroll a little bit to the right, you can see the water scooter deck. Oh, yeah, right there. And this is to make the guest harbor keeping boats in their places and water scooters in their places. It's a very popular place for people to go to the restaurant in the area. We have also invested in new gangways to existing docks. And we have bought some new electrical pedestals and life-saving stations. We have invested in a specially built kayak dock for launching and place for kayakers to stop and launch and everything. And the last project, which was finished now during the fall, was the 70-meter long dock, which is on the right in the inlet to this harbor. You can't see it in the picture now, but if you turn right, right there you see the red and gray. It was not finished when we made the map, but there is now a complete new dock with Y-booms already occupied with boats. Okay. The next harbor we have worked with is Grisslehamns Marina, a very popular marina, which is also like the port to Åland. In this harbor, we had 2 major problems, which is that it's very much exposed to winds from northwest. And in the picture here, you can see now the brand new portable floating wave breaker, which is 50-meter long, and it takes care of heavy northwest winds. And it has completely changed the business in the bay. And you see also in the picture a wreck in the middle. And just south of that, we have renovated the old floating wave breaker and now extended the original guest dock by 30 meters, and thereby also getting new spots capacity with greater depth in the harbor, which has been a problem before. And at present, outside of the project, there's a lot of ongoing investments going on, building a complete new food store, restaurant. We are also rebuilding all the piers with new concrete foundations. So it's a lot of things going on, even outside of the project. And at Öregrund Harbor, we had also problem with heavily exposed terms winds from northwest, actually up to 200 kilometers with completely open for wind attacks from northwest. So we built the green and red construction in the middle there. And basically it's a new wave breaker up front and another 120-meter docks with Y booms. Yes. So we have also been doing accessible for people with wheelchair, and so to say, taking care of also the problem with very, very shallow water deep inside of the harbor. So now we have up to 16-meter depth in a new area of this harbor. Yeah,
Thank
so now it's a complete new 35 new spots at Öregrund.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anders. It's good work. Next out is Sven in Estonia. Sven, are you with us?
Thank you, Lennart. I am here and I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
My name is Sven Grigulson and I am the project manager for Hiiumaa municipality. And in Estonia, Hiiumaa municipality is acting as a project partner organization for the Smart Marina project, and altogether we represent 4 harbors in our region. 3 of them in Hiiumaa Island and 1 of them in South Saaremaa Island. And the core of our investments was to improve our client facilities and also some mooring conditions and safety conditions. And more specifically in Kärdla that you are looking at right now, you can see the most left floating jetty, what was built within this project. It is about 24 guest places, some of them alongside and some of them on a finger pontoon. Also, we established electricity and water connections to that pier. And more from Kärdla, we purchased a electric charging station for electric devices like electric scooters, bikes, bicycles, and so on. Not so much for cars, but for smaller electric devices. And besides that, we have a new client service furniture with proper desks and solutions, and we have a new self-service automat for payments in our gas station. So this is all about Kärdla. And in Orjaku, we had 2 bigger investments. One of them you can see on the left side here is a brand new concrete connection to the old pier and the land, in between the old pier and the land. So this one was totally broken and we couldn't use the mooring places along this old pier. So by establishing or reconstructing this small part of the pier, we made available some 15 places. And another thing in Orjaku is a new service house. You can see there are 3 houses in a row, and this is the most right side. And you can see that the construction work is not finished at the moment of the taking the picture. This is the new saunas and washing facilities house, together with laundry facilities and And in the future, we can also include some kitchen facilities, but at the moment it was not focus of the project. And the next one. Next one is Roograhu harbor, that they had only one investment, was the extension of the service building. And the extension included washing facilities and wardrobe facilities and some sitting area outside. So this is a unique harbor because they operate all year round. They have some personnel on site, and they have a small cafeteria that really can work all year round, which is quite amazing. And the next harbor is Soela. And Soela is also doing only one investment, new service building, which includes the client service facilities, washing facilities, sauna, and also storage area for winter services. And this is all about our investments. Altogether, the budget was 725,000 euros, and two of those ports, Kärdla and Orjaku, are acquiring the blue flag certification as well, which will be during 2021 springtime. And that's all about our investments.
Thank you, Sven. That was all about the investments in the main part. I could inform you about little what has happened during this tourist sector as boating. It has risen nearly up to 100% in a lot of our ports. And the whole boat industry are rising very rapidly, and it has grown in Finland with nearly 20% of selling of new boats. So a lot of all our ports in Smart Marina has a lot of focus in the boaters, and all the boaters has give us a lot of applause for the investments. That was all from my part. I think we are a little early. It was a little too fast. So if we take 5 minutes break.
Or we can go straight into the film if you like.
We can stream the film, because we stream the film about what has happened in our ports, and we will also stream the film during the lunchtime. Michael. Thank you from me.
Right, yes, thank you very much for joining us again. And I think what we've seen is a great investment in these harbors as going to pay off far, far into the future. And we think of these COVID times that we're not traveling as far abroad, but we can do the stay home vacations by visiting our local ports and seeing exactly the great work that you all have done. We're going to take this moment now, since we have a little extra time, to show you the film, and then we'll have a little bit of a longer break before we go at 10:55 right into the financial presentation. Right? Right. Hope you enjoy it.
I am Lennart Johansson. I am project manager and strategic expert in Smart Marina.
Tell us about the Smart Marina project.
The Smart Marina project has an environmental approach, and it includes 32 ports in the project.
Tell us about this off-grid Smart Marina guest harbor, Rödhamn.
Now we are out at Rödhamn. Rödhamn is an island 15 kilometers south of Mariehamn, and here they don't have any electricity, but now we have built an electricity power plant with solar panels, and we have built a service house with shower and warm water, and also electrical pedestals for charging the boats.
You are the project manager and lead partner of Smart Marina project. How should Smart Marina continue among the Smart Marina guest harbors?
This project will end now, and hopefully we will see somebody else will take over where we ended, because we have built a huge network of many ports.
What have you liked best with the Smart Marina project?
The best is to see all the happy boat guests and happy port owners, because this has mean a lot of good for them and for the future.
My name is Rasmus Karlsson, project manager for the Finnish partner Novia University of Applied Sciences in the project Smart Marina.
Please tell us how Smart Marina has improved the service and quality in guest harbors in southern Finland.
Here in Finland we have focused on renewing old jetties as well as building new jetties to increase capacity in the harbors, as well as improving service levels by renewing and building new service buildings.
What climate smart solutions have you got in the Smart Marina project?
For instance, we have built 4 new solar power plants to produce electricity when it's needed the most during the summers in the harbors.
What has been the most challenging part with investments in the Smart Marina project?
Working in an archipelago environment is always a bit challenging. Getting contractors that are able to work in an archipelago environment and, for instance, can move around by boat.
What has been the most fun or interesting part with the Smart Marina project?
Meeting harbor owners in the Nordic countries to get to know them and their ideas, as well as seeing harbors across Europe and in the Baltic Sea has been very fun and interesting.
Pia Berg from the Stockholm Archipelago Foundation, and I've been working in the Smart Marina project for the last years.
Please tell us how the Smart Marina project has improved service and quality at Fejan.
Well, the funding from the Central Baltic Program has made it possible for us to make the guest harbour at Fejan a much safer place. The 2 floating piers with breakwater function has protected the harbour from all kind of winds now, which is very good for the boaters. And the capacity has improved greatly. We have doubled the capacity. We now have the possibility to welcome more than 50 leisure boats to the harbour. And the service level is also much better because now we have mooring lines, and we also have water taps and electricity on the piers.
Can you please tell us more about Fejan Guest Harbour, how you reached the harbour capacity, etc.? But you actually mentioned a lot of that.
I mentioned a lot of that, but I can also tell you that this is one of the first guest harbours you reach when you arrive from Finland and Åland. So it's a very convenient place to make a stopover. This island has a very intriguing history. It was a quarantine station in the late 1800s. Then we had a cholera epidemic, and they wanted to stop the disease before the ships sailed into Stockholm. And Fejan was one of the places where the ships had to wait for a couple of weeks. Many of these houses are still left, which make this a very scenic place to visit.
Hello, my name is Emil Selse. I am project manager for Valdemarsvik, where we have 3 ports in the Smart Marina projects.
Please tell us how the Smart Marina project has improved service and quality at Furudden and Burgsvik.
Smart Marina has helped us to improve service and quality for all our 3 harbours. For Furudden outside Valdemarsvik and Burgsvik on Gotland, we have put more than 100 meters of pontoons for a jet-eye for the new guest harbour. And in addition to that, added a wave breaker to make the marina nice and calm for the visitors. In Burgsvik, we also added a service building, including a harbour office and a payment machine. And the harmonized signs in all the harbours have improved the overall impression a lot.
What climate smart solutions have you got in the Smart Marina project?
Thanks to Smart Marina, we have been able to prepare our harbour for blue flag, meaning that we have made a lot of environmental issues for waste management, for energy saving, etc. The most obvious result is maybe the solar panels we have both in Furudden and here in Umeå, where they're actually producing all the electricity for the harbour using those solar plant production units.
What can you tell us about this Smart Marina guest harbour, Umeå? What kind of investments have been done in the Smart Marina project?
For Umeå, Smart Marina has made the possibility to change from a small, picturesque, hidden harbour, not known to very many, to a full-blown, full-service guest marina for visitors from land and water. The initial plan was only to add a jet-eye with 20 spots for the boat. But in the end, thanks to, or maybe due to Corona, we had the possibility to add both time and budget. And they are now building a service building, a harbour office. They added more solar panels for the production unit. and there are a lot of investments.
Do you have some unexpected results from the project?
Well, yes, I don't think anyone thought that you should go to Umeå for fine dining, but that was happened. They managed to get really professional chefs here for the restaurant, and very popular restaurant. And in the end of September, they invited the people around here for a 9-course dinner here. Really interesting dinner and really nice food. Another unexpected result is that we have a new landmark in Fyruden, where we have now our own little havsfru. A statue worth more than double the investment in Smart Marina was donated to that place, partly due to Smart Marina. Another unexpected result is maybe that we found out that we have the big 5 in 2 of the harbor. The biggest or largest animal in each category. The largest mammal, largest eagle, largest seal, largest beetle and largest butterfly is found in or in a close distance to both Fyruden and in Umeå. So that is maybe an unexpected result.
Hello, I am Anders Johnson. I'm project manager in project Smart Marina for Öregrund Harbor, Rinde and Grisslehamns Marina.
Please tell us how the Smart Marina project has improved service and quality at Öregrund, Grisslehamn and Rinde guest harbors.
All right. First of all, we are in Öregrund right now, and here we have been working with to expand the possible volume for boat guests. And this project, Smart Marina project, has increased our total guest volume by approximately 50%. So now we have, instead of 40 guest spots, around 66. We have also invested in a wave breaker, since it's very tough climate here, which is also the case in Grisslehamn, where it was also very exposed for northwest winds. At the Rinde Harbor in Stockholm, there has been renovation of the service house and kayak docks and so on, so it's been smaller investments there because their harbor was already very well protected from the beginning. Also, we have invested a lot in safety. As you can see here in the harbor, there is a lot of ladders and security, and that was very much needed in this harbor.
What has been the most interesting part with the Smart Marina project?
Well, I would say that being able to work together with other harbors and see other solutions have been like a good motivator to start doing things together.
My name is Sven Grigulson, and I am the project manager for Smart Marina project representing Hiiumaa municipality.
Please tell us how the Smart Marina project has improved service and quality the guest harbor of Hiiumaa.
Service and quality level in Hiiumaa harbors has increased in many different levels. In Kärdla, for example, we have set up a new floating jetty with 22 additional mooring places, together with electricity and drinking water. In Orjaku harbor, we have a brand new service house together with saunas and other facilities for the harbor visitors.
What climate smart solutions have you got in the Smart Marina project?
In Kärdla, we have purchased a smart charging station for electric devices, for example, electric bikes and cars and so on. And it came with a set of electric bikes as well.
What has been the most challenging part with the investments in the Smart Marina project?
Most challenging was executing the investments because in our conditions here on small islands it is very hard to find contractors and to keep the investments in the frames of the budget. And it was also difficult in budget-wise because of the time span of the project. We made preliminary investment plans 3 or 4 years ago, and during the timeline prices kept rising, and that was quite difficult to manage.
What has been the most interesting part with the Smart Marina project?
Most interesting part of Smart Marina project, as well as any other project, is creating contacts with new people and exploring other regions' actions in the harbor keeping, because we are so different in nature-wise and culture-wise, and that makes it very interesting to see other locations and how they work.
Welcome back. Well, I think we can feel like we were all right there. That was a beautiful film. And now we've gone a little quicker than we thought. So we're going to take a little longer pause, but stay right on the schedule. So please, 10:55 right back here. And we'll be talking about the figures and the impact of the project coming up. So thank you for staying with us, and we'll see you at 10:55. Okay. Well, welcome back. Yes, we thank you for coming back to join us. We have the second part of our program here. We're going to be taking 3 good topics with 4 speakers. And yeah, we'll go with Kari here first.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm first to start. It's kind of difficult for us to continue after such a nice movie and having all those feelings raising up and knowing that you actually have been part in this project. It makes me feel very good. But let's come back to figures and impact. The first, I would actually like to say more about the outcome, and perhaps the outcome is not exactly the project aim or the results that we have written in the project, but more or less behind the scenes. One of them, which I wanted to say, is the unique approach, meaning that we have 6 partners. We have a lot of harbors which have not been considered as partners in the project, but they have received support and they have received a lot of internal expertise from the partners, which I think is very cost-effective on administrative wise, but also the information and contact wise. The partners have definitely received a lot of extra information and extra experience and knowledge about the finances. We have had procurement rules discussions quite a lot. De minimis principle have been discussed several times. It's crucial to have all those things in place, correctly translated and forwarded to respective harbors, respective partners. The eligibility of cost, also a very important issue that has been talked through, and the experience from the partner side is now enormous, I would say. So they can actually tackle any project coming during next period. I can also say that the importance of involved external expertise is crucial. I come back to that a little bit later. I have a separate slide describing all the external experts we have used during our project implementation. We also have received a lot of visibility, much better visibility than we expected, not only local, national or regional levels, but also on worldwide. And while saying that is that the reason of receiving these notifications are thanks to Blue Flag certification, which we now have succeeded for 5 harbors in our project. And of course, the internal communication, it has been coming better and better all the time. So if we would continue now from now on for extra 3 years, it would be flawless. The harbors, what is the outcome for harbors? We have seen the high motivation, their personnel, all the harbor operators, all having been with us. They have really found the ways how to tackle the procurements, how to tackle the personnel taking care of the investments on spot. It's not always that we on partner side or the person working in the harbor daily can actually take those issues. They need to find somebody having the expertise implementing those very crucial aspects. And of course, they also were forced to provide different documentation. This means that they need to communicate with partners. They need to find out what are the requirements, what are the expectations from our side, and to adapt their work and their communication means according to that. The raised awareness and exchange of experiences has been also a crucial part in our project. Study visits to Europe, definitely a useful part. Just knowing how the Blue Flag certified harbor actually operates in the daily routine. How and what kind of problems have been faced during the certification process, how the continuous process looks like, etc. Regional harbor visits have been very useful, of course, just to see what the neighbor has done next to you. What can you do as a harbor operator better? Maybe just to exchange, not maybe, but of course, exchange the information, and networking has been lively during recent months. And of course, the real improvements. The increased service level and the harbor capacity has been increased, so that the investments that they have done, it really has shown, and several speakers before me have mentioned it also, that the tourists, they find their way to the harbor, they can and acknowledge the improvements that have been made in those harbors. And when seeing the movie, it also kind of good that we didn't have this summer season when all the boats would actually just shadow the investments that we have actually done. So it was good. But also we have to say is that the harbor internally had to evaluate the actual needs. What is needed in harbor? What kind of investments are the crucial to do so that you can in the future guarantee the sustainability, you can guarantee that your harbor is up and running. And the trained harbor personnel. We had a possibility just to have extra training for those not passing or not having the training for safe equipment, and just to provide help in the harbor when it's needed. Some figures. As said, we had a budget in total 8.2 million euros, and we estimate, we only talk about the estimation because the project hasn't ended yet, and we have still 3-4 months to come, and the figures here shown are actually not reflecting together with the 6th period. So the estimation rate is about 94% on spending, and spending estimation itself is 7.7 million euros. The largest share in this project has gone to investments, 73%. And that's why I have made a separate slide just to have different groups. As the investments actually were divided into different groups, we just wanted to have the focus on various items. We wanted to have harbors also very clear idea on what is the specific area that they need to invest their money to. As I said also before, that we had a quite cost-effective project. We only had 90% for staff and administration, while the expertise given by the project managers have been reached harbors for free. So that sense, I would say that we are very good example of the future project, also how to manage and administrate in a good way such a big projects. Travel and accommodation, very small part only, 2%, and the external expertise, slightly bigger, 6%, but the outcome and the use of external expertise has been more than value for the money. The investment groups that we have had are divided into, here I have just shown 7 groups, but actually we had 8 groups in the beginning as the free time and other services I have put together due to their low budget and low spending. Spending is relatively high in comparison to the budget, but budget itself is very low. And I have made separate marks on service house and solar cells, which has been the highest share in the budget, 48%, and the berths and pontoons, 38%. There we expect the estimated spending above 100%. We actually see that the need was higher than anticipated in the beginning. Of course, the groups also include security, Wi-Fi, fresh water, electricity, environment and wastewater system, which also has been an obligatory part to improve in various harbors due to blue flag criteria. So these all have been grouped and have been analyzed in a way that what was the budget, how much is the estimation of spending, and what came out of it from harbor's point of view. Investment by countries has also been mentioned several times by other partners already. And since Åland Island had the most harbors, of course, their investment share is a bit the biggest, 2.4 million euros. And now we talk about the estimation, spending estimation. So it's the 42%. In Finland, we had, or I have calculated the estimated spending to 1.2 million euros. In Sweden, all those three partners together, 1.4, and Estonia, nearly 700,000 euros. As we had two bigger groups, service house and solar cells and burst pontoons, so I made a separate extract of those, how it was shared between countries also. And the biggest share goes to Åland again, 56%, which shows that the need was actually there. And we have seen various new service houses, completely new service houses, not only the renovation or adding up something, but also completely new buildings. And then we have Estonia and Finland, relatively high percentage in comparison to their budget, and Sweden, 10% and estimated value 270,000 euros. It might vary, and perhaps partners have some other comments to that, and perhaps when we receive the final results and final reports in the beginning of February, so then we just estimate the values one more time and see what the results, final result will be. Berths and pontoons. It was very clearly visible that all the mooring places, how many extra boating guests we can take in every single harbor individually, but also as a total. And the increased, or how to say, the spending has been actually higher than we expected. So this money has been also used in a very clever way. And the impact by expert, I said before that we wouldn't do the project or wouldn't implement the project without any experts. We have various items that we have been involved, project separate, lead partner separately, but also mostly we have had it together with all our partners. And we can start with the Marina manual and safety training. The target group for safety training, for instance, of course, these were a harbor personnel as the main target group. But the Marina manual, this is something that is visible also in the app, and you can just download it easily. You can just see what is written there. All the information is visible there, but this comes from the prepared Marina manual. We have procurement expertise. All the partners have needed extra experts just to go through the requirements to see that the threshold per country will be kept, and also share this information with the harbors. It's not very easy task to explain all the single detail to the harbors, and just to have this routine rolling requires the understanding, and this, I guess, that both partners and harbors, but also the experts involved, have done that. And now we all have better knowledge how to tackle these big investments in upcoming projects. Notice board, mentioned also by Emil in his video shot, that it makes it harmonized. You can actually identify where you are, what you do, if you see the same sign, same layout, and same pictograms in the notice board. It makes it much more easier for understanding where am I and what services are available at this port. Then from lead partner side, of course, we need to do a controller on site. We need to check that everything is on place, that all the technical or promised or said investments are actually carried out, have been implemented. So in that sense, it's crucial that we have a separate control. And of course, two major bubbles here. One of them is blue flag. Very, very, very important. And this has been also our project aim, final and ultimate goal to reach the blue flag certification. But about blue flag, you will hear more about after lunch. And then Smart Marina app. It has been said and mentioned several times during today, and you can see it working live. But this has required an external expert just to take the responsibility, take the filming, have the communication with all the partners and all the harbors. Huge work and really big credit to the company doing that. And I'm actually want to end my slideshow with a postcard. It became a postcard. It was first, of course, the photo made by Peter Sjöberg. He's a photographer from Åland Island. And this photo was sent together with a Seastop and Smart Marina project to European Commission to compete with the other photos, and we got rewarded. So that was another unexpected result in the project, which we really didn't know that will happen. And we are very, very happy because now the postcard is available and it will be sent around the Europe to different locations. And the picture taken here is about the Rödhamn. Also have received a lot of credits. Since knowing that it's on remote islands without water, without anything, and improving enormously during this project implementation, have such a big credit now and such a big traffic. And I also wanted to thank you all having involved in this project, not only the project team and partners project manager, but also other financiers, harbors representatives, all those people who have been involved also behind the scenes, not visually seen daily. So it's a big, big applause to you. We did it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right. I think we all love to see those numbers and figures up there. This is a tremendous investment, but I really like hearing most about how you built those relationships and shared the expertise. So I'm sure you'll keep those relationships going. Now we're going to bring in Marina, if we can, into the stream here, and she'll be speaking. And then we'll be bringing in our final two speakers after that. But do we have Marina ready?
Yeah, hello everyone.
Welcome.
Am I correct? I will share my presentation from my screen.
Yes.
Yeah. So just a moment. Okay. Hello everyone. Oh, yes. Oh, we good. Yeah. So hello everyone, and best wishes from Eurajoki. Finland. I'm at the home office, so it would be great to be in Mariehamn, Åland for this great Smart Marina final conference, but we know what's the current situation is. So today I have an online presentation on our ongoing CP Small Ports project, and I'm having some words about also on our previous project, PortMate, that also had some cooperation with Smart Marina. But before I go to tell what is CP small pods, what we are doing, what we are going to do, I just have to say for that lovely postcard we saw that brought me also summer memories. So I'm also a sailor, so sailing with the family in the Central Baltic area. So last summer we were able to visit many Smart Marina small ports. So Rödhamn, first time we spent 5 days in Kastelholm, Klaarderlaksen, and also took bus in Åland, so went to see OSS and also saw the Boomarsund. So I think that's always the best to see the real results, investments that Central Baltic is bringing us to us who are the port users as a sailors or coming with other forms of traveling. And I've been also following the Smart Marina in social media, and it has been also great to see the progress alongside. So I think for the Smart Marina, it's not just a kind of the end, as now it's the final conference, but the results will be implemented for a long time, also after the official project end. But let's get to the CP small ports, energetic small ports in Central Baltic region. So I'm, as I said, Minna Keinen-Toivola, coming from Satakunta University of Applied Sciences, and I'm leading our project. Oops, sorry. I hope you don't see the controller here. So yeah, I think it should be. I'm just checking how to. Yeah, so I hope you don't see the kind of the upper screen in my PowerPoint. So first of all, a couple of words for our previous project, CP Portmate project, where we were working with the safety and green investments, so resource efficiency of the small ports. So Portmate had the final conference in September 2019 in Rauma, in our premises, and also the Smart Marina was presented there. And in Portmate, as also the title of our e-platform is saying, we are working a lot with the safety matters. We were making the safe approach videos. Then we made a lot of publications related for that, checklists and so on. And then we work with the resource efficiency, and there's also a lot of open access material available on that. And all the results, the main thing for the project is in www.portmate.eu. So this is an online platform that gathered all the Portmate information, but it's also a part of this CP small ports, as well as many other e-platforms that are existing now for the small ports. So Smart Marina has your own platform, and that's a big thing for all us who are cooperating with the small ports, how we can combine these different tools together. And I think CP small ports will be one solution for that. But I'm not going to detail on portmate.eu. So you have the web address, and maybe somebody from our team. So in participants, there's a lot of our experts from current CP small ports. So maybe somebody can also share the link if somebody wants to go in detail for this Portmate tool. So it's open access. So any small port owner operator can also add information there. And during the Portmate, we also had event in different different places. So in Åland, there was also all the other Central Baltic small port projects presented. So Smart Marina was presented there. So what I'm trying to highlight that I think in these small port projects, investments are very important, as we also, of course, had also here in Portmate about 1 million euros. But I think the value is the cooperation cross-border. So we have better services for small port users. So I think that's one key value in working in within the small ports or any other Central Baltic projects. So now we are working with CP small ports, and the project was now funded from the fifth call. So the official start was from March 2020, but the COVID-19 has affected also our project that, of course, project partners haven't been able to meet face-to-face during the project ongoing. So this has been distance work as for all of us. But let's hope that things are getting normal with the vaccination and so on. But CP small ports, it's of course the same priority and same sub-priority as Smart Marina has been. And we actually have here two main themes. So CP small ports, as the title is energetic small ports in Central Baltic region, we have two main themes. So first of all, we are working especially with energy efficiency and other green aspects of the small ports. And on the other hand, how we can have better services for the small ports in Central Baltic region. So how to market the Central Baltic region as one destination for the sailors and boaters. And excuse me. So we have also in this project investments. So there will be totally 15 small ports with the investments, but actually much more small ports involved through the project activities. And here's a lot of numbers and values, but you get the idea of the partnership. So I would say this project is, in a sense, this is an umbrella for many previous small port projects. And we are cooperating with many other organizations as well that are not partnering. So SAMK, Satakunnan University of Applied Sciences, is leading the project. Then we have other University of Applied Sciences partners. Then from Estonia, for example, we have now I forgot the name in English. So the development center of small ports in Estonia with their small ports. Then we have Hiiumaa with their investments. Then from Sweden, one municipality, Söderhamn, and one small port. And then from Finland, one small port owner and operator. And then, so for all these I mentioned so far, they are having the investments. So just they themselves or they small ports. So a bit similar structures we have seen for the Smart Marina. So SAMK, we are not having any investments. And then one big player for the cooperation marketing of the small ports. So Latvian partners don't have any investments. So there's been also a lot of improvements in Latvia through the Estlat harbors. So we have a quite large partnership, and there was really detailed communication when the project was designed to have this broad aspect on small port cooperation. So how we are built the project in practice. We are leading the whole project, and then we have a kind of joint tasks. So the work package leaders. So Southern Eastern Finland University of Applied Sciences is leading the work with the energy efficient small ports. And there we have a lot of practical work related for the energy efficiency and investments. So we are, of course, doing the work with those small ports where we are doing the investments now, but also not just that information will be for them, but sharing that information for broader audience. And we will cooperate with the various other small ports as well on this matter. And then we are also making information in open access format as a public report. So collecting information, what investments related for energy efficiency has been done so far in Central Baltic small ports. What are the best practices, lessons learned, how to go further. And one practical tool will be a kind of evaluation form for the small ports where they can estimate their own energy efficiency and how they can improve. So in this case, what I'm highlighting that there has been a lot of investments, as we saw from previous presentation, related for the energy efficiency. So the one question is that how these investments have been improving the energy efficiency of the small ports as they're now in operations, and also, for example, the durability of the systems. And the other part of the story is that we are still able to do more investments in this project within certain partners, as I told. Then the other big part is this energetic small ports that Riga planning region is leading, and they were leading also this large Estlat harbors, where in that project the total budget was like about 10 million euros. So really building up a joint strategy for the marketing of the small ports, that small ports themselves, as we all know, they have always the limited resources. So how we can have kind of this umbrella, doing together work for the better services and promotion of those better services. And one end result of this project is that we will have an e-platform that will collect all the existing tools. And of course, that will be, we are still in the kind of, not startup phase, but the early phase of the project. So that will be also a kind of technical challenge, how to combine these different tools. So as a sailor, I would say I would like to see one tool online that has all the information, basically all the small ports that are available with the new better investments. So that's my hope and dream as a kind of individual, and I think that would be very useful. And last but not least, for this energetic small ports joint marketing, I think it's very important that of course we have this cross-border traveling sailors, boaters coming from Finland to Åland and so on, but also having aspects for the further market. So for example, Germany is a big market for us to attract sailors from those targets. So just a quick lookout on what small ports we have with the investments and with the energy efficiency theme. So how we divide small ports in our project. So there are basically three groups. First of all, as I said, we have the small ports where we are having investments, and investments vary depending on the local need. So if I want to highlight some of the investments, so there's, for example, need for solar panels, need for LED lighting, ground heating, and so on. So most of the investments relate straight to the energy efficiency, how the small ports can be greener. So that's the 15 in number. And then we have another group of the small ports that we are now going to start communicate in more detail, but this was also prepared in already when the project was planned, that we are cooperating with these energy efficiency themes with the small ports that have already had investments. So we have defined from Finland small ports that have been part of other projects like CP, family ports, now Tallinn Tehdas, and then also, for example, in Åland, we have said that, and as was agreed, that we are having also small ports from Åland, that 5, so from Masaba or Smart Marina. So that is something that we will communicate in near future with the Smart Marina team. Okay, so then what is the third group of the small port is that, as you all know, there has been several other small ports that have been part of the Central Baltic projects or Interreg projects. So then the third level will be marketing of the small ports as a destination together. So these are, so with the investing small ports, we are doing all these 3 different aspects. Then with those, we are working with energy efficiency. It's of course also about the marketing. And then we will have the third group. So this is how we can be also cost efficient, that we get real results from our project. Then I must say something about communication. We have also Alberto Lanzanova from our team in this event, but we have been discussing this a lot with various experts, not just our team, but in broader, that as we are working with the EU money, it's highly important that we are communicating the work and results, what we are doing with the EU money. So I was presenting PortMate a couple of years ago in Central Baltic's annual conference, and I was saying that if you don't communicate, you don't exist, and I still agree on this. So investments are important, all the practical work, but that we have the touch base for our society, our target groups, we have to communicate. And very shortly in CP small ports, we are continuing the communication work. That's the link for the website on information, but we are also very active in social media. And one example is that we have these social media campaigns, and Rock the Baltic Sea is a social media campaign that started with the question that what everyone can do for the Baltic Sea. That was already in water chain project from the first call, and we have been able to keep this social media campaign kind of alive. So in 2020, the project, the social media campaign was about this kind of investments, that green investments, and there was some also voting, and just small kind of number-wise that we were reaching like 8,600 persons with this one post. So I could keep on talking about the importance of the communication, but I have been also very happy to see how Smart Marina has been communicating and liking and sharing and so on. So that's one part of the story we all are doing together. And then some photos. we have a lot of partners, a lot of small ports, and we haven't been able to visit them yet. So I have personally never been yet to place a Kalkbrook, and I have been to Tallinn, but never to Lennusadam yet. Hope to be on site as soon as possible. But just examples that there will be a lot of improvements in place Kalkbrook. So this is a kind of current situation that it's a really interesting place also from the historical point of view as an industrial site. And then Lennusadam is one of the largest small ports in Estonia, where they also have local sailors, and it's next to this maritime museum. So very different locations, I would say. So Place Kalkbrook is in Gotland, a kind of countryside, Lennusadam in the heart of the city in Tallinn. And then further, so these are just a couple of examples where there will be now new investments in CP small ports. But as I said, we are still continuing also work with previous small ports, energy efficiency, because we have a lot of also expertise and knowledge we can highlight now in CP small port project. So here's Sottunga, this is Salteriet. So there's very concrete solar panels in the smallest municipality of Finland, and there's been also a nice booklet. I don't know if you can see my face, but also Central Baltic has made a really nice booklet of all the projects that have been involved from Åland. So thank you, Esther, for sending the booklet that highlights all the results that have been made so far. And then as an example, then again, for example, from Gävle, that in Portmate, the service house was the biggest one to have the improvement. So Gävle has a nice example that also small ports are not just for the boaters, but there can be other users. So for example, camping is possible in the same surroundings. So that's very cost efficient and efficient for the small port owners and operators when they have kind of enough customers. So here's electricity water stand, and here's Teemu Heikkinen, who is one of our experts on energy efficiency. So hoping to see people again in this joint cooperation in our small ports in real action, so to say. And then some of examples still that from my home base or our team home base in Rauma. So in Kylmäpihlä, there's been also solar panels in the past already installed. And this is a good example in that sense that there's the national park in the region. So there's a lot of details that has to be taken into account when the investments are done. So even if you are doing investments with the solar panels, it's kind of really positive getting green energy, but there are always these other values that you have to take into account in these processes. And other aspect also that when we discuss on energy efficiency, it's not just about energy efficiency, but it can be also a safety matter. So in Rauma, in Syväraumanlahti, LED lighting is not just for the green lighting, but it's also improving the safety. So this is very popular area where people are walking and fishing and so on. And actually Syväraumanlahti is one of the biggest small ports in the whole Nordic area. And then for the Söderhamn, Sweden, just one example that for the safety that this part of the bridge is quite important, that people don't fall in, and also that there's the electricity available for the boaters and so on. But just some examples, there would be so much more information on CP small ports, and we are now really have had a lot of startup activities, actions for getting the investments up and running. We made a questionnaire on the small ports, how they see, for example, the marketing activities, and we will also participate now the Vene boat 2021. So there will be virtual stand. So I hope everybody will follow that. But we are having also an online webinar on the 18th of February, and I hope so that will be in Finnish. So I hope all will be available there, and similar webinars will follow. So thanks for listening my presentation, and I hope that we have really fruitful cooperation with the small port work on energy efficiency, green investments, joint marketing, and so on. And really thanks for Smart Marina that you have made a really great work on improving the so many small ports. So thank you. Do you have any questions?
You have a question? Would you want to bring it up, or how should we do it? Okay, great. So there's a question in the chat there. Okay.
Okay.
Excellent.
Yeah, so I'm reading it loud. So thanks, Kairi, for the question. So several harbors in Smart Marina project took part in marketing survey in 2020. Is it possible for them to be part also in joint marketing actions that your project is planning to implement? And the answer is yes, 100%. So that's the key of the project, that in CP small ports we have the work with our investing small ports, but the work is really broader for the value of our region within small port theme. So for the marketing activities, Riga planning region is leading those activities, and we will communicate with those who answered the survey, and also in broader aspect also in near future. And I'm putting the time for the webinar so to the chat, and we will also of course share information in our social media, in website. I hope Central Party can do it, but we are also sending emails for relevant persons. So, and another question is that do you have any preliminary results of the survey? So we have results, but we are now preparing kind of the report and the deliverable. So I don't know if Team Latvia, I saw Julia, who has been one of the key players here. So do you want to say some? Are you still here? Checking from the list. So if Julia, you can comment some details for or Iveta, I can see Iveta here. So do you want to say something about yes, please, Julia. So you have been leading the work. We don't hear you, Julia, very well.
I was just tweeting at the moment about you, Minna. So can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, we are active. So, yeah. So could you say, yeah, so there was, thanks, Julia. So there was a question that as we made this survey on marketing activities, so could you give some preliminary results? So something that what we found out so far.
Actually, I don't know about that so much.
Yeah, I think there are various Julias online. That's the thing.
Now I hear our Julia.
Yes, so It's Julia from Latvia. Yes, I'm online, and thank you, Minna, for wonderful presentation about our big plans about marketing. Indeed, we have made the survey, and this we have let's say we have put already the results all together, and we plan to send it out maybe tomorrow early morning at the latest to our partners for commenting and seeing if something is missed out, and then we will be ready to share this material with everybody else. So the results are coming very soon. Is that an answer?
I think that's for now. So I think we will do also social media on the results of the survey.
Yes, that would be definitely worth it, because we have. I wouldn't say that we have, found out a new America with these results. So, but what we have received, a confirmation that the ports really need these marketing activities. We need to booster our presence online, so within various web pages, and to provide easy, understandable information about small ports, about navigation, about technical things like depth of the waters, and some advice on what to do when you are at the destination. So these are the key issues that are important for the ports to get better visited by foreign boaters, let's put it this way. And we have asked as well ports about their needs in trainings, in getting additional knowledge on modern port management. So all these key issues will be in the survey, and I really believe that that's a very good material for further working on it.
Yeah, thanks, Julia. And maybe just one thing to add, that the plan is also that we will do online interviewing with the small ports and so on. That so survey was a kind of the first step in our path for marketing strategy.
All right, thank you very much, Mina. And we look forward to seeing those results come out soon. Now we're going to hear from Interreg Central Baltic, and Ivo is coming.
Hello, everybody. Greetings from Central Baltic Program Joint Secretariat, not from Turku this time, as I work from my home in Tallinn. So I now will try to share the presentation. So is it visible for everybody? And can you hear me well? Yes. Nobody is answering.
It's okay.
So if somebody would somehow give me a hint, is my presentation visible, and can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and we can see your presentation.
Okay, now I saw chat, so I think I can start. And at first, thank you very much for these interesting presentations and nice pictures and films, and it's really good to see that concentrated result of the project. I usually read reports and see some pictures there in the reports as well. But of course, I have visiting some ports myself as well. But still, now it's in that kind of a concentrated overview. It's very nice to hear and understand what the project did and really the results have been achieved. So I'm very happy for that. I would talk for some reasons okay, found a way how to change slide. Very shortly about our program and next steps also. Right now we are in this current, already today we can say previous period, what lasted years 14-20, although several projects are still going on and until end of 22, but basically we are in the end of the European Union financial period. Our program had this priority 3 called Well-Connected Region, where we had different transportation related projects. Priority had approximately 37 million euros ERDF resources to support projects, and in this priority we had in total 23 projects, including 11 that supported transport corridors and transport nodes, and 12 projects supporting development of small ports. And out of these 12 projects, 9 are ended or ending in a few months in the spring, so 3 are still going on. And what these projects achieved, of course, improvement of huge number of small ports. So all in all these 12 projects, 175 small ports from our 4 countries were involved. Some ports were in several projects, and of course the level of achievement is different. In some had more investments, more tangible things, and other ports maybe had more like cooperation and marketing developments included, and so on. From Åland, we had 26 ports all in all, and what I would say, reaching to the Smart Marina project, that out of these 26 Åland ports, Smart Marina project involved 13, so it means half of them. So Smart Marina is quite exceptional project for us. It's the biggest project in Central Baltic program, not only in this period, but also previously in previous financing periods. There hasn't been so big one project. What makes it big, of course, it's this budget. This ERDF support to the project is about 6 million euros. As Kairi mentioned several times, 8 point something, so 8 point is total with your own investment, but support from ERDF is about 6 million. And what is very good result, or what I would especially would like to thank Åland government and Åland Development Center, who took this role of being lead partner. And I'm very thankful to Lennart, who was initiating this idea and was very clear in his views of what to do, how to do, and what is not less important, that his team and then the lead partner as such took responsibility to represent so many small ports, and as said, 13 from Åland, 13 small ports who otherwise probably wouldn't have been involved in our project and wouldn't have received such support, because just for the port itself, it's quite complicated to participate, and that kind of roof organization who would help them in this planning, in these investments, and of course in these applications, reporting to us and so on. So it's the role of this partner who would take this responsibility. It's very, very important, and thanks to lead partner, the number of supported ports in Åland actually is this what we can report today. So a lot of thanks to you. So few words about the future. What will be the future, and what our program, what will be called Central Baltic Program in years 21-27, what shall we support in next 7 years? The work is ongoing right now. The program is under design. There are priorities what were proposed by European Commission, and programs and member states of the program can select these priorities, what they would do. And so far, what is kind of decided are these priorities, what the program will work next period and will support. So shortly, the innovative Central Baltic business development. So it's a little bit similar to current first priority, also where export projects and development of small companies could be supported. Second priority is connected with environment and resource use as overall goal, overall aim is this Green Deal. So under that priority, three different objectives are planned, and I would say that here probably definitely Åland and other archipelago areas would be covered, and you will have possibilities to apply for support for some projects. There won't be directly transportation oriented priority or specific objectives, and nevertheless this current third objective what you can see here on the screen, decrease CO2 emissions by improvements in intermodal mobility in the Central Baltic region. So under that specific objective, some kind of transportation-related projects could be financed. How and what exactly, what kind of projects this, it's not clear yet. Work on these wordings and ideas is still going on. But yeah, it's very much of imagination and creation, creativity of project developers, what to include under that. So I don't exclude that some kind of port-related project could be here as well, but can't tell anything more precise right now. Other next priorities is about the labor market development, then improving public services for citizens. So these are priorities what have been defined so far. What are the next steps? This draft of the program will go to public hearing for all stakeholders in February. So everybody has possibility to comment the draft. After that, in April, member states should, we hope, will approve the program, and then work will go on with planning future timetable. Of course, also consultations will start if all priorities and specific objectives are totally clear. And according to the current plans, we see, or we hope to announce first call this autumn. But that's what is possible to say right now. Follow our information on our info channels, and thank you very much for possibility to talk about it here. And now my colleague Esther will continue a little bit more and talk some more parts of our program and activities in Åland especially. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivo. Well, I will not talk about Åland, although we are here, and I'm very happy to be in a certain place where I see at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. Oh, yes, it's a long time since I have been out looking at anybody. My name is Esther Laurell. I'm working as national contact point on the Åland Islands for the Central Baltic program. And this program is, as you know, about regional development across borders. And I have decided to present for you especially the Archipelago and Island sub-program. And this is my new place, Tjökar. I moved here in this autumn, thanks to Corona, I can say, because all events and all meetings, all travels just disappeared from my calendar. So I moved to Tjökar. 230 people are living there. They have 3 small ports. So you are very important for the living on Tjökar when you come and visit and spend your money at our place. But now I want you to do something. Please write into the chat one of your favorite places in the archipelago. Mine is already mentally there, but while I continue, please write down your favorite place so we know where to come. Just like Minna said, it's good to know where to go.
This program, the program started in 2014, and I have been with it from the beginning. And we started with launch events, of course. And the photo here is from the last one in Tallinn, when we had went to all regional cities and capital cities actually, and then Mariehamn, of course, and shared information about the new program. We had arranged a lot of events, of course, and a lot of partner search. We wanted you to find a match, so we had also a lot of matchmaking. And why? Why is it important to do this together? Because we have similar challenges. Our cultural heritage is very much alike when we see it from the archipelago side. And we also have similar possibilities. And as we all are around this Baltic Sea, you know, there is no such thing as we throw it away. Every away goes somewhere. So this is why we can't handle this status of the Baltic Sea alone. We need to cooperate. And as I said from the beginning, this is about regional development, about attractiveness, because without attractiveness for a region, you won't survive. If you don't have people who live there and want to live and stay in this place, you will lose your taxpayers. You need to be attractive for the visitors, and this is where all these small ports projects are so important. They increase the attractiveness for visitors. But it must also be an attractive place for people to live and to find jobs, to make a living, because otherwise you can't survive. The archipelago is a vulnerable environment. And you know, all of you, it's very seasonable. You can't have, or seldom, you can't have so many all around year activities for visitors. But all these things are altogether about survival, about sustainability, long-time sustainability. And in another Central Baltic project, Coast for Us, there has been a discussion about sustainability out on small islands. You can't talk about sustainability without habitability. So there has been a new wording, habitability. An island has to be habitable, because otherwise you won't stay there. And this is our challenge in Tjökar. We have only 9 kids at school. Okay, the archipelago and island sub-program in this current Central Baltic program has 18 projects. The ERDF has been 25 million, most thank you to you, all expensive investment small harbor projects, but altogether 137 projects and 125 million ERDF. So lots of tax money has been put into these projects. So please do a good work. And we have seen what you have achieved. But there are also other projects, of course. The program has 4 priorities. And when it comes to archipelago projects in competitive economy, it has been about helping small businesses in the archipelago to develop, find new ways of market, new targets, and also develop their business idea itself. And also for you young people, to get them involved into ideas about creativity and what can I do to earn my living in this island or wherever I want to be. Another important priority, the one that has got most applications, has been number 2, about sustainable use of common resources. And here it is about tourism. And you can understand our joint world unique archipelago from the Ice Age, formed after the Ice Age. It has a lot of treasures. Here's Baltasar, about wrecks. We have more than thousands and thousands and thousands, I won't say the exact number, of wrecks in the Baltic Sea. And they are served, they are not destroyed. So that is why this is extreme diving if you want to come here to dive. So please come, because we have had a new program also on how to develop new diving parks. We have another rewarded project that has got a certificate of being European Cultural Route from the Council of Europe. That is St. Olaf Waterway. 1,000-year tradition of pilgrimage, and this was to Trondheim, this Olaf Ways. You can come and watch birds, And now I have had to say to Tjökar, of course, but it's also around the Baltic Sea. A lot of places where you can watch birds, and this is one of the projects. And then if you're interested in military history, please check out the Defense Arc projects. Lots of places where you can go and learn more about our joint history and also all our battles. The well-connected region, just like Ivo said, has also about transportation in a bigger sense, not only small ports. And this is ADAPT, where they have made a lot of checking the seafares, the fairways, and also scanned the seabed to find out and improve the sea charts. And if I remember, I think it was about 400 square kilometers seabed that has been now checked and improved, or the sea charts have been improved. And the fourth one is about skilled and socially inclusive region. You know, life sometimes struck us. We get ill, unemployed, depressed, and it can be hard to come back on track. We have projects that support people in challenging situations. And we have projects for education, because workforce is very joint. It's also a treasury that if we can support our people to be that they can be hired in any country, that is a strength. So we have one project, educating professionals on islands in gastro tourism, because you know that is important. And then shortly, what have you done? You have planned, because back to the 8 small ports project, you have planned, you have got certificates of blue flag, you have been rewarded with this EU in my region postcard, you have built and you have invested millions and millions. And then we come back to it. How will it now go on? And I have in red one word, hospitality, because without good how you meet people, they won't survive so long. I asked my colleague, one of my new colleagues, Annika Bandla from Contact Point Estonia, about, as she has been working very much in tourist development, and what would you like to highlight and what would you want me to say? And she said these 3 very important things. The Marina is the gate to a region, to a destination. What is the first impression? Because as people are driven by emotions, what you see is what you think, this is what it's like. If it's not nice, you won't come back. You won't spend much money. And the staff mindset must be, nothing is obvious. We are so self-blind. We don't see what we have, and we have to reach out and think, how is it when I come here from the first time, if I don't know anything? So nothing is obvious. Be very polite, very open to people when they come. And the marinas are some sort of smaller tourist information centers. And here it is important that you build strengths and relations to these other projects, these other tourist projects, or museums or cultural heritage, whatever you mentioned in your region, that you really get interesting, exciting experience for your visitors. So please remember and stay always smiling. Take eye contact, nod towards people, and create money back through hospitality. We have hundreds of partners, as you have noticed, and this is so important because you learn and you work together. You visit each other, and I really hope there will be a time soon that we can visit each other, because when I checked the name list, I found so many of my old friends here that I have met in events that are now out and on. We have also support from other places. Here, Niels Storvars, a member of European Parliament in Brussels. He has also always supported me when it comes to information about the archipelago and EU. You have been out in fairs sharing your results. We have, as program, arranged different events to help you and facilitate for you. And we are there again to support you towards CB Next, the next program. And here you have the national contact points in all regions. There is Julia with the red background, that one that thought she was going to say something. And Annika Bandla up in the house from Estonia, the new Swedish one, Rebecca, Annika, the old Swedish one in the bottom, and then Daiga from Latvia and me from Åland. And then the secretariat. So please, get informed, stay informed, follow us. We are here for you. And then shortly about this brochure that Minna mentioned, that was very nice. Thank you, Minna. It is so long, so far in Swedish. This is my testimony after 6 years in the Archipelago and Islands program. Here are 17 stories, 25 projects, 60 people talking, and it's very personal. It's about what have I followed and seen and listened to during some years. It's so far in Swedish. It reached on our website in documents and brochures, but it will also be translated at least partly to English. So please, we are going further. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, always such positive energy. Love it.
Yeah.
Yes. Now we're going to have a lunch break where we'll be coming back in, let's see, 1:15, right? Yeah, we'll come right back at 1:15 and we'll just quickly post a link to that brochure there for everyone. And yeah, we got some exciting speakers. So come back full of food and energy and we'll see you in an hour.
I am Lennart Johansson. I am project manager and strategic expert in Smart Marina.
Tell us about the Smart Marina project.
The Smart Marina project has an environmental approach and it includes 32 ports in the project.
Tell us about this off-grid smart marina guest harbor, Rödhamn.
Now we are out at Rödhamn. Rödhamn is an island 15 kilometers south of Mariehamn, and here they don't have any electricity, but now we have built an electricity power plant with solar panels, and we have built a service house with shower and warm water, and also electrical pedestals for charging the boats.
You are the project manager and lead partner of Smart Marina project. How should Smart Marina continue among the Smart Marina guest harbors?
This project will end now, and hopefully we will see somebody else will take over where we ended, because we have built a huge network of many ports.
What have you liked best with the Smart Marina project?
The best is to see all the happy boat guests and happy port owners, because this has mean a lot of good for them and for the future.
My name is Rasmus Karlsson, project manager for the Finnish partner Novia University of Applied Sciences in the project Smart Marina.
Please tell us how Smart Marina has improved the service and quality in guest harbors in southern Finland.
Here in Finland we have focused on renewing old jetties as well as building new jetties to increase capacity in the harbors, as well as improving service levels by renewing and building new service buildings.
What climate smart solutions have you got in the Smart Marina project?
For instance, we have built 4 new solar power plants to produce electricity when it's needed the most during the summers in the harbors.
What has been the most challenging part with investments in the Smart Marina project?
Working in an archipelago environment is always a bit challenging. Getting contractors that are able to work in an archipelago environment and, for instance, can move around by boat.
What has been the most fun or interesting part with the Smart Marina project?
Meeting harbor owners in the Nordic countries to get to know them and their ideas, as well as seeing harbors across Europe and in the Baltic Sea has been very fun and interesting.
Pia Berg from the Stockholm Archipelago Foundation, and I've been working in the Smart Marina project for the last years.
Please tell us how the Smart Marina project has improved service and quality at Fejan.
Well, the funding from the Central Baltic Program has made it possible for us to make the guest harbour at Fejan a much safer place. The 2 floating piers with breakwater function has protected the harbour from all kind of winds now, which is very good for the boaters. And the capacity has improved greatly. We have doubled the capacity. We now have the possibility to welcome more than 50 leisure boats to the harbour. And the service level is also much better because now we have mooring lines, and we also have water taps and electricity on the piers.
Can you please tell us more about Fejan Guest Harbour, how you reached the harbour capacity, etc.? But you actually mentioned a lot of that.
I mentioned a lot of that, but I can also tell you that this is one of the first guest harbours you reach when you arrive from Finland and Åland. So it's a very convenient place to make a stopover. This island has a very intriguing history. It was a quarantine station in the late 1800s. Then we had a cholera epidemic, and they wanted to stop the disease before the ships sailed into Stockholm. And Fejan was one of the places where the ships had to wait for a couple of weeks. Many of these houses are still left, which make this a very scenic place to visit.
Hello, my name is Emil Selse. I am project manager for Valdemarsvik, where we have 3 ports in the Smart Marina projects.
Please tell us how the Smart Marina project has improved service and quality at Furudden and Burgsvik.
Smart Marina has helped us to improve service and quality for all our 3 harbours. For Furudden outside Valdemarsvik and Burgsvik on Gotland, we have put more than 100 meters of pontoons for a jet-eye for the new guest harbour, and in addition to that added a wave breaker to make the marina nice and calm for the visitors. In Burgsvik we also added a service building including a harbour office and a payment machine, and the harmonized signs in all the harbours have improved the overall impression a lot.
What climate smart solutions have you got in the Smart Marina project?
Thanks to Smart Marina, we have been able to prepare our harbour for blue flag, meaning that we have made a lot of environmental issues for waste management, for energy saving, etc. The most obvious result is maybe the solar panels we have both in Furudden and here in Umeå, where they're actually producing all the electricity for the harbour using those solar plant production units.
What can you tell us about this Smart Marina Guest Harbour, Umeå? What kind of investments have been done in the Smart Marina project?
For Umeå, Smart Marina has made the possibility to change from a small, picturesque, hidden harbour, not known to very many, to a full-blown, full-service guest marina for visitors from land and water. The initial plan was only to add a jet-eye with 20 spots for the boat. But in the end, thanks to, or maybe due to Corona, we had the possibility to add both time and budget. And they are now building a service building, a harbour office. They added more solar panels for the production unit.
and there are a lot of investments.
Do you have some unexpected results from the project?
Well, yes. I don't think anyone thought that you should go to Umeå for fine dining, but that was happened. They managed to get really professional chefs here for the restaurant, and very popular restaurant. And in the end of September, they invited the people around here for a 9-course dinner here. Really interesting dinner and really nice food. Another unexpected result is that we have a new landmark in Furuden, where we have now our own little havsfru. A statue worth more than double the investment in Smart Marina was donated to that place, partly due to Smart Marina. Another unexpected result is maybe that we found out that we have the big 5 in 2 of the harbor. The biggest or largest animal in each category. The largest mammal, largest eagle, largest seal, largest beetle, and largest butterfly is found in or in a close distance to both Furuden and in Umeå. So that is maybe an unexpected result.
Hello, I am Anders Johnson. I'm project manager in project Smart Marina for Öregrund Harbor, Rinde and Grisslehamns Marina.
Please tell us how the Smart Marina project has improved service and quality at Öregrund, Grisslehamn and Rinde guest harbors.
All right. First of all, we are in Öregrund right now, and here we have been working with to expand the possible volume for boat guests. And this project, Smart Marina project, has increased our total guest volume by approximately 50%. So now we have, instead of 40 guest spots, around 66. We have also invested in a wave breaker, since it's very tough climate here, which is also the case in Grisslehamn, where it was also very exposed for northwest winds. At the Rinde Harbor in Stockholm, there has been renovation of the service house and kayak docks and so on, so it's been smaller investments there because their harbor was already very well protected from the beginning. Also, we have invested a lot in safety. As you can see here in the harbor, there is a lot of ladders and security, and that was very much needed in this harbor.
What has been the most interesting part with the Smart Marina project?
Well, I would say that being able to work together with other harbors and see other solutions have been like a good motivator to start doing things together.
My name is Sven Grigulson, and I am the project manager for Smart Marina project representing Hiiumaa municipality.
Please tell us how the Smart Marina project has improved service and quality the guest harbor of Hiiumaa.
Service and quality level in Hiiumaa harbors has increased in many different levels. In Kärdla, for example, we have set up a new floating jetty with 22 additional mooring places, together with electricity and drinking water. In Orjaku harbor, we have a brand new service house together with saunas and other facilities for the harbor visitors.
What climate smart solutions have you got in the Smart Marina project?
In Kärdla, we have purchased a smart charging station for electric devices, for example, electric bikes and cars and so on. And it came with a set of electric bikes as well.
What has been the most challenging part with the investments in the Smart Marina project?
Most challenging was executing the investments because in our conditions here on small islands it is very hard to find contractors and to keep the investments in the frames of the budget. And it was also difficult in budget-wise because of the time span of the project. We made preliminary investment plans 3 or 4 years ago, and during the timeline prices kept rising, and that was quite difficult to manage.
What has been the most interesting part with the Smart Marina project?
Most interesting part of Smart Marina project, as well as any other project, is creating contacts with new people and exploring other regions' actions in the harbor keeping, because we are so different in nature-wise and culture-wise, and that makes it very interesting to see other locations and how they work.
I am Lennart Johansson. I am project manager and strategic expert in Smart Marina.
Tell us about the Smart Marina project.
The Smart Marina project has an environmental approach, and it includes 32 ports in the project.
Tell us about this off-grid Smart Marina guest harbor, Rödhamn.
Now we are out at Rödhamn. Rödhamn is an island 15 kilometers south of Mariehamn, and here they don't have any electricity, but now we have built an electricity power plant with solar panels, and we have built a service house with shower and warm water, and also electrical pedestals for charging the boats.
You are the project manager and lead partner of Smart Marina project. How should Smart Marina continue among the Smart Marina guest harbors?
This project will end now, and hopefully we will see somebody else will take over where we ended, because we have built a huge network of many ports.
What have you liked best with the Smart Marina project?
The best is to see all the happy boat guests and happy port owners, because this has mean a lot of good for them and for the future.
My name is Rasmus Karlsson, project manager for the Finnish partner Novia University of Applied Sciences in the project Smart Marina.
Please tell us how Smart Marina has improved the service and quality in guest harbors in southern Finland.
Here in Finland we have focused on renewing old jetties as well as building new jetties to increase capacity in the harbors, as well as improving service levels by renewing and building new service buildings.
What climate smart solutions have you got in the Smart Marina project?
For instance, we have built 4 new solar power plants to produce electricity when it's needed the most during the summers in the harbors.
What has been the most challenging part with investments in the Smart Marina project?
Working in an archipelago environment is always a bit challenging. Getting contractors that are able to work in an archipelago environment and, for instance, can move around by boat.
What has been the most fun or interesting part with the Smart Marina project?
Meeting harbor owners in the Nordic countries to get to know them and their ideas, as well as seeing harbors across Europe and in the Baltic Sea has been very fun and interesting.
Pia Berg from the Stockholm Archipelago Foundation, and I've been working in the Smart Marina project for the last years.
Please tell us how the Smart Marina project has improved service and quality at Feja.
Well, the funding from the Central Baltic Program has made it possible for us to make the guest harbour at Feja a much safer place. The 2 floating piers with breakwater function has protected the harbour from all kind of winds now, which is very good for the boaters. And the capacity has improved greatly. We have doubled the capacity. We now have the possibility to welcome more than 50 leisure boats to the harbour. And the service level is also much better because now we have mooring lines, and we also have water taps and electricity on the piers.
Can you please tell us more about Feja Guest Harbour, how you reached the harbour capacity, etc.? But you actually mentioned a lot of that.
I mentioned a lot of that, but I can also tell you that this is one of the first guest harbours you reach when you arrive from Finland and Åland. So it's a very convenient place to make a stopover. This island has a very intriguing history. It was a quarantine station in the late 1800s. Then we had a cholera. The ships had to wait for a couple of weeks. Many of these houses are still left, which make this a very scenic place to visit.
Hello, my name is Emil Selse. I am project manager for Valdemarsvik, where we have 3 ports in the Smart Marina projects.
Please tell us how the Smart Marina project has improved service and quality at Furudden and Burgsvik.
Smart Marina has helped us to improve service and quality for our 3 harbours. For Furudden outside Valdemarsvik and Burgsvik on Gotland, we have put more than 100 meters of pontoons for a jetty for the new guest harbour, and in addition to that added a wave breaker to make the marina nice and calm for the visitors. In Burgsvik we also added a service building including a harbour office and a payment machine, and the harmonized signs in all the harbours have improved the overall impression a lot.
What climate smart solutions have you got in the Smart Marina project?
Thanks to Smart Marina, we have been able to prepare our harbour for blue flag, meaning that we have made a lot of environmental issues for waste management, for energy saving, etc. The most obvious result is maybe the solar panels we have both in Furudden and here in Uvmare, where they're actually producing all the electricity for the harbour using those solar plant production units.
What can you tell us about this Smart Marina Guest Harbour, Uvmare? What kind of investments have been done in the Smart Marina project?
For Uvmare, Smart Marina has made the possibility to change from a small, picturesque, hidden harbour, not known to very many, to a full-blown, full-service guest marina for visitors from land and water. The initial plan was only to add a jetty with 20 spots for the boat. But in the end, thanks to, or maybe due to Corona, we had the possibility to add both time and budget. And they are now building a service building, a harbour office. They added more solar panels for the production unit, and they did a lot of investments.
Do you have some unexpected results from the project?
Well, yes, I don't think anyone thought that you should go to Umeå for fine dining, but that was happened. They managed to get really professional chefs here for the restaurant, and very popular restaurant. And in the end of September, they invited the people around here for a 9-course dinner here. Really interesting dinner and really nice food. Another unexpected result is that we have a new landmark in Furuden, where we have now our own little havsfru. A statue worth more than double the investment in Smart Marina was donated to that place, partly due to Smart Marina. Another unexpected result is maybe that we found out that we have the big 5 in 2 of the harbor. The biggest or largest animal in each category, the largest mammal, largest eagle, largest seal, largest beetle, and largest butterfly is found in or in a close distance to both Furuden and Umeå. So that is maybe an unexpected result.
Hello, I am Anders Johnson. I'm project manager in project Smart Marina for Öregrund Harbor, Rinde, and Grisslehamns Marina.
Please tell us how the Smart Marina project has improved service and quality at Öregrund, Grisslehamn, and Rinde guest harbors.
All right. First of all, we are in Öregrund right now, and here we have been working with to expand the possible volume for boat guests. And the marina, this project, Smart Marina project, has increased our total guest volume by approximately 50%. So now we have, instead of 40 guest spots, around 66. We have also invested in a wave breaker, since it's very tough climate here, which is also the case in Grisslehamn, where it was also very exposed for northwest winds. At the Rinde Harbor in Stockholm, there has been renovation of the service house and kayak docks and so on, so it's been smaller investments there because their harbor was already very well protected from the beginning. Also, we have invested a lot in safety. As you can see here in the harbor, there is a lot of ladders and security, and that was very much needed in this harbor.
What has been the most interesting part with the Smart Marina project?
Well, I would say that being able to work together with other harbors and see other solutions have been like a good motivator to start doing things together.
My name is Sven Grigulson, and I am the project manager for Smart Marina project representing Hiiumaa municipality.
Please tell us how the Smart Marina project has improved service and quality the guest harbor of Hiiumaa.
Service and quality level in Hiiumaa harbors has increased in many different levels. In Kärdla, for example, we have set up a new floating jetty with 22 additional mooring places, together with electricity and drinking water. In Orjaku Harbour, we have a brand new service house together with saunas and other facilities for the harbour visitors.
What climate smart solutions have you got in the Smart Marina project?
In Kärdla, we have purchased a smart charging station for electric devices, for example, electric bikes and cars and so on. And it came with a set of electric bikes as well.
What has been the most challenging part with the investments in the Smart Marina project?
Most challenging was executing the investments because in our conditions here on small islands it is very hard to find contractors and to keep the investments in the frames of the budget. And it was also difficult in budget-wise because of the time span of the project. We made preliminary investment plans 3 or 4 years ago, and during the timeline prices kept rising, and that was quite difficult to manage.
What has been the most interesting part with the Smart Marina project?
Most interesting part of Smart Marina project, as well as any other project, is creating contacts with new people and exploring other regions' actions in the harbor keeping, because we are so different in nature-wise and culture-wise, and that makes it very interesting to see other locations and how they work.
I am Lennart Johansson. I am project manager and strategic expert in Smart Marina.
Tell us about the Smart Marina project.
The Smart Marina project has an environmental approach, and it includes 32 ports in the project.
Tell us about this off-grid Smart Marina guest harbor, Rödhamn.
Now we are out at Rödhamn. Rödhamn is an island 15 kilometers south of Mariehamn, and here they don't have any electricity, but now we have built an electricity power plant with solar panels, and we have built a service house with shower and warm water, and also electrical pedestals for charging the boats.
You are the project manager and lead partner of Smart Marina project. How should Smart Marina continue among the Smart Marina guest harbors?
This project will end now, and hopefully we will see somebody else will take over where we ended, because we have built a huge network of many ports.
What have you liked best with the Smart Marina project?
The best is to see all the happy boat guests and happy port owners, because this has mean a lot of good for them and for the future.
My name is Rasmus Karlsson, project manager for the Finnish partner Novia University of Applied Sciences in the project Smart Marina.
Please tell us how Smart Marina has improved the service and quality in guest harbors in southern Finland.
Here in Finland we have focused on renewing old jetties as well as building new jetties to increase capacity in the harbors, as well as improving service levels by renewing and building new service buildings.
What climate smart solutions have you got in the Smart Marina project?
For instance, we have built 4 new solar power plants to produce electricity when it's needed the most during the summers in the harbors.
What has been the most challenging part with investments in the Smart Marina project?
Working in an archipelago environment is always a bit challenging. Getting contractors that are able to work in an archipelago environment and, for instance, can move around by boat.
What has been the most fun or interesting part with the Smart Marina project?
Meeting harbor owners in the Nordic countries to get to know them and their ideas, as well as seeing harbors across Europe and in the Baltic Sea has been very fun and interesting.
Pia Berg from the Stockholm Archipelago Foundation, and I've been working in the Smart Marina project for the last years.
Please tell us how the Smart Marina project has improved service and quality at Feja.
Well, the funding from the Central Baltic Program has made it possible for us to make the guest harbour at Feja a much safer place. The 2 floating piers with breakwater function has protected the harbour from all kind of winds now, which is very good for the boaters. And the capacity has improved greatly. We have doubled the capacity. We now have the possibility to welcome more than 50 leisure boats to the harbour. And the service level is also much better because now we have mooring lines, and we also have water taps and electricity on the piers.
Can you please tell us more about Feja Guest Harbour, how you reached the harbour capacity, etc.? But you actually mentioned a lot of that.
I mentioned a lot of that, but I can also tell you that this is one of the first guest harbours you reach when you arrive from Finland and Åland. So it's a very convenient place to make a stopover. This island has a very intriguing history. It was a quarantine station in the late 1800s. Then we had a cholera epidemic, and they wanted to stop the disease before the ships sailed into Stockholm. And Feja was one of the places where the ships had to wait for a couple of weeks. Many of these houses are still left, which make this a very scenic place to visit.
Hello, my name is Emil Selse. I am project manager for Valdemarsvik, where we have 3 ports in the Smart Marina projects.
Please tell us how the Smart Marina project has improved service and quality at Furudden and Burgsvik.
Smart Marina has helped us to improve service and quality for all our 3 harbours. For Furudden outside Valdemarsvik and Burgsvik on Gotland, we have put more than 100 meters of pontoons for a jet-eye for the new guest harbour, and in addition to that added a wave breaker to make the marina nice and calm for the visitors. In Burgsvik we also added a service building including a harbour office and a payment machine, and the harmonized signs in all the harbours have improved the overall impression a lot.
What climate smart solutions have you got in the Smart Marina project?
Thanks to Smart Marina, we have been able to prepare our harbour for blue flag, meaning that we have made a lot of environmental issues for waste management, for energy saving, etc. The most obvious result is maybe the solar panels we have both in Furudden and here in Umeå, where they're actually producing all the electricity for the harbour using those solar plant production units.
What can you tell us about this Smart Marina guest harbour, Umeå? What kind of investments have been done in the Smart Marina project?
For Umeå, Smart Marina has made the possibility to change from a small, picturesque, hidden harbour, not known to very many, to a full-blown, full-service guest marina for visitors from land and water. The initial plan was only to add a jet-eye with 20 spots for the boat. But in the end, thanks to, or maybe due to Corona, we had the possibility to add both time and budget. And they are now building a service building, a harbour office. They added more solar panels for the production unit. and there are a lot of investments.
Do you have some unexpected results from the project?
Well, yes, I don't think anyone thought that you should go to Umeå for fine dining, but that was happened. They managed to get really professional chefs here for the restaurant, and very popular restaurant. And in the end of September, they invited the people around here for a 9-course dinner here. Really interesting dinner and really nice food. Another unexpected result is that we have a new landmark in Fyruden, where we have now our own little havsfru. A statue worth more than double the investment in Smart Marina was donated to that place, partly due to Smart Marina. Another unexpected result is maybe that we found out that we have the big 5 in 2 of the harbor. The biggest or largest animal in each category, the largest mammal, largest eagle, largest seal, largest beetle, and largest butterfly is found in or in a close distance to both Fyruden and Umeå. So that is maybe an unexpected result.
Hello, I am Anders Johnson. I'm project manager in project Smart Marina for Öregrund Harbor, Rinde, and Grisslehamns Marina.
Please tell us how the Smart Marina project has improved service and quality at Öregrund, Grisslehamn, and Rinde guest harbors.
All right. First of all, we are in Öregrund right now, and here we have been working with to expand the possible volume for boat guests. And this project, Smart Marina project, has increased our total guest volume by approximately 50%. So now we have, instead of...
All right. Okay, welcome back. Thank you for joining us. Everybody's just getting settled here, and we've had a great lunch. Hope you all are back full of energy. We have Sophie joining us with Blue Flag International, and then we expect to see a little bit of representation from the Åland government coming in. But yeah, we'll just get going if we have Sophie all linked up. Yeah, great.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
That was a yes. Okay, thank you. Do you want me to share my presentation directly? Maybe it's easier.
Yes.
Or will you? Yes. Okay. Give me a sec. How do I share? Forgot this. Where is it? Can't find the share my screen button.
You have a green share screen in the down.
Oh, yes. Oh, my God. It's like the big green one. All right. Thank you. All right. Let me move this. All right. Can everyone see my screen? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch. Thank you so much for inviting me to your conference. It was very interesting for me to listen to your presentations this morning. I've been following the project a little bit from afar in Copenhagen, where we're based. But I know some of you have been working hard with our Blue Flag national operators in your countries towards getting the blue flag. So thank you very much, and well done to those of you that have reached the award last year. It's an exciting project that you have created and that you have managed to follow through. I like the postcard that said we did it, so well done. And right now, I'm just going to present what the Blue Flag is. You know probably a bit more about the Blue Flag for marinas. I'll speak about Blue Flag as a whole. I work in the head office, which is based in Denmark, in Copenhagen. And well, okay, I'll just go into the presentation there. Is this? Okay, so the Blue Flag is run by the Foundation for Environmental Education, which is a non-profit, non-governmental organization. We promote sustainable development through mainly environmental education activities. And we are an umbrella organization with one member organization in each country. Some of you know that. You have worked with our Blue Flag representative in your country, so Åland Island or Finland, etc. And FI runs 5 environmental educational programs. So 3 of them are education-based, ready for schools. That's eco schools, learning about forests, and young reporters for the environment. These are aimed at the educational sector. And then we have 2 tourism-based programs, like we call them, the Green Key and the Blue Flag. I'll tell you much more about the Blue Flag in a few seconds. The Green Key is our sister program. It's targeted at accommodations, hotels, campsites, sorry, I forgot the word. It's the, I forgot the word. Anyway, so all these kind of establishments. And FI was created in 1981. Oh, what's this? Sorry. All right. So what is the Blue Flag? It's a very good tourism product, and that's how people know us usually. But in essence, we are actually an environmental education program, and this is really what we take pride in doing. And we are basically a framework for sustainability in the public and the private sector. We provide this framework for integrated coastal management, really. We're a third-party verification for excellence in all those sustainability practice, and the award is annual. So every year there's a renewal process that takes place. Currently, we have Blue Flags flying in 48 countries, over 4,600 sites, as we call beaches, marinas, and tourism boats, because we award beaches, marinas, and tourism boats, as I just said. Blue Flag is an international voluntary award, so of course we don't force anyone to participate. It's you know, if people want to be part of the adventure, then they reach out and we start working with them. And a little bit about our history. Like I said, the Foundation for Environmental Education was created in 1981, so it's celebrating 40 years this year. And the Blue Flag idea was developed in France in 1985. So actually the Blue Flag was the first program that the foundation developed. And it was introduced in 1987 with the support of the EU, mainly for beaches and towards implementing the EU Bathing Water Directive. They saw the Blue Flag as a big help in that. Then in 2001, we became from European to international when South Africa joined us. We used to be clearly European, but then we opened our doors to the whole world. And from then on, it was a lot of countries outside. I'll show you a map just right after. In 2016, we decided to award the Blue Flag to also boating operators. So before that, we really had the beaches and the marinas hand in hand that were like, you know, the highlight of our program, of course. But we looked at the impact of the tourism boats and how there are more and more of these activities taking place, whale watching, diving, that people really want to get close to the marine world and the marine life, and how actually these activities can also very much negatively impact the oceans. So we decided to take a step further and start awarding the tourism boats. So that was a big development for us. We worked to develop new criteria, it's a whole new area of expertise that we developed there. And since 2016, we've been awarding those boats. I think currently we have approximately 80 boats around it worldwide, awarded worldwide. So it's growing slowly but surely. And last but not least, Last year, we reached over 4,600 awarded sites worldwide. You can see the progression here on the slide. Well, you can see it. I don't need to show you. In a real place, I would show you. I like moving my arms around, but here it's a bit more constrained. So you can see the progression since 1987. It's quite steady. Like I said, currently we have 48 countries running the Blue Flag program, but of course we are always working with new countries joining us. So we have actually more countries. We're over 50 countries now in the Blue Flag. We're working with Albania, Argentina, Cabo Verde, Finland, Georgia, Trinidad and Tobago, and the United States of America to join the program in the coming year or two. So that's very exciting, especially the fact that we are developing really, well, the US has been a target for us in the past 10 years, I'd say. So we're very happy about that. But also, of course, South America and Finland joining us. Finally, that's really exciting. So here you can see on the map where our beaches, marinas, and boats are located. You can basically, the beaches are taking all the space, but you can really see, like I said, that since we started in Europe, this is our main focus in numbers. If you want to look at numbers, of course, all our biggest countries, like we call them, the big five, are in Europe. You know, it's Spain, France, Turkey, Italy, Greece. All these countries are like, you know, bulk in numbers because they started from the beginning. So they have quite some advance on the other countries. But now South Africa has reached over 50 beaches. Mexico is also really rising up. So we are having sites all around the world, and it is truly appreciated from us that it's really this international network, and some issues we see here and there can be reproduced in other places, and we're really looking into that. We of course work with partners, so we have corporate partners and institutional partners. We have 3 corporate partners at the time. We work with Green Care Professional, and they provide environmentally friendly cleaning products, of course. So that's important for us to make sure that when they are used, cleaning products, of course, especially now with the COVID, that they're as green as possible. So that's very interesting partnership for us. Then we work with Semaphore. They are our flag producers. All the flags that you see around the world are produced by Semaphore. We make sure that they are compensated for the production and the transport. And from next year on, they will be recycled from PET. So that's also important for us that we make sure of the quality and the conditions that they're that our award is actually made. And Pick Up Here is also a partner that actually is interesting for marinas, because we're working on constructing, well, they're constructing a platform for marina management, and then putting them in touch with the boaters. And so we're working on the code of conduct for environmentally friendly practices for boaters, etc., with them. And then our institutional partners are also extremely important for us. They are basically our experts. Like I said, we have criteria. We don't come up with them on our own. We work with specific experts that know about special fields. So, for example, everything related to water quality when it comes to beaches is derived from the World Health Organization and, of course, the European Environmental Agency and their EU directives. We work with the World Tourism Organization, the United Nations Environmental Program. We work with the International Council of Marine Industry Associations when it comes to expertise on marinas, International Life-Saving Federation for everything that is life-saving related. Sail Training International is a partnership we developed recently to look at also the Blue Flag for these big sail training ships, and they receive a lot of youth there and train them. So that's something newish. We work also with the Coastal and Marine Union. UN Environment is there twice, so they count double, I guess. World Cetacean Alliance and the European Network for Accessible Tourism is also very important for us to make sure that there's universal accessibility to most of our sites worldwide. So these are our experts that we work with constantly, and they are part of our international jury, which I will come to later. The benefits of the blue flag. So we conducted a survey with over 1,000 blue flag managers worldwide. So managers of beaches and marinas, mixed. So actually, when you know that a blue flag manager can manage more than one beach or more than one marina, it's actually quite representative of our network. And we asked them, okay, what are the benefits of the blue flag? And the first response was that they saw important environmental benefits, which of course we're very happy with. That is definitely something we're striving towards. The second benefit they saw was that, of course, it's a good incentive for a beach or a marina or a boat manager, because it really awards the efforts, rewards the efforts of a whole team. Like, I mean, everyone works towards this goal and hand in hand. And when finally you get the flag, it's really a moment to be celebrated. And so it's really nice. And then the third benefit they saw was that it was economic benefits. 80% of them said that having or aiming to have the blue flag supports the improvements in the decisions of a municipality or community. And you probably have seen it, those of you that worked with the blue flag in the Smart Marinas initiative. If you say, okay, let's say we need accessibility because of course it's a common goal. If it's something that's nice to have, maybe it won't be a priority, but if it's something that you need to have to get the blue flag, then usually things will move faster. And so it really helps sometimes to move some of the agendas quicker. And 95% of the respondents said they would recommend the blue flag to other beach or marina managers. So it's a pretty good rate. Of course, nothing is perfect. We're always working on making things better. Our criteria are constantly evolving, and I'll speak about that a little bit later. The award procedure is quite simple. Basically, if you're interested in the blue flag, you file an application form with all the information. There's annexes and questions, etc. And you send it to your national operator, because like I said, we have a representative in each country. That's very important for us, because we can't know everything from Copenhagen. The specificities, the laws, everything in the countries are different. So they are the one looking at the application, and then they have a national jury with all national stakeholders. So usually Ministry of Health, Ministry of Environment, all the stakeholders that are part of an environment in a beach or a marina or tourism boats. And then this national jury decides, okay, this beach, this marina, this tourism boat should receive the blue flag, and they send it to our offices in Copenhagen. Then we also evaluate again to make sure that all the countries evaluate in the same way, that we all agree on the interpretation of the criteria, that if there is a dispensation that is given in a country for a certain thing, the same dispensation will be given to the other countries if they have the same issue. So we really make sure that there is consistency in the network, because we want the public to trust our brand. So this is very important for us. And then we hold our international jury. Our international jury for the Northern Hemisphere is held in April, and for the Southern Hemisphere in September, because of course we juggle with 2 seasons. Right now the beaches, well, there's COVID now, so it's complicated, but right now the beaches in the Caribbean and South Africa are in the peak of their season, and of course the beaches in Europe are not in the peak of their season. The same with marinas. Most marinas are closed. So then the international jury awards or not, and then you receive the blue flag and you are awarded for 1 season, which can be maximum 1 year. If you operate all year round as a marina, you can have the blue flag for 1 year. And then of course, we have some sort of control, there's always people complaining, thankfully, actually. So we receive complaints every year from people that go on beaches or marinas, or the lifeguard was gone, or the water looked weird. So we address each complaint with our national operator. We start a process every time. We look into it. Is it justified? Can we fix it? We also conduct national and international control visits. So when the beach, the marina, or the boat is in season, we send our team. So the national operator has a team of controllers, himself or other people, and they are trained, and they go and visit each awarded site at least once in the season, sometimes more. And they have like a checklist, and they just check, okay, on that day at that given time, does it comply? Are things working out? Is the information there? etc. The visit can be announced or unannounced, just to make sure things are going fine. Usually when we have a new site, it's announced because, we're getting to know each other and there's always some issues. After a few years, when the announced control visits are going super well and there's no problems, we just come unannounced, and usually it goes very well too. So that's the national control visits. We internationally also do control visits randomly. We spot check in the same way. We have our team of controllers, and they will go and announced or unannounced in the same way and see, okay, what's going on in that place? Is everything fine? Have a chat and make sure that, also it's a way to share best practices. When we see things that are interesting, we try to take pictures and share them in the network. So that's a way for us to make sure that what was awarded on the paper application in April, delivers its promises, let's say, in the season. And that's particularly important, I'd say, really for the beaches. Like, beaches are ever-changing places. It's not like a hotel where when things are set, they're set for a while. A beach will close, and then like the whole of the winter season, it will be completely empty, and then things will be reinstalled, lifeguard towers, etc. So it's very important, like from year to year, it can change, the management can change. So that's why we keep an eye on things. And the same with marinas, although the structure, of course, is more there usually, but some marinas remove all the structures also in winter. So, and like I said, we address the public opinion, of course, if we get complaints, which we usually do. Internationally, I'd say we get around 40 complaints per year, so it's not huge either, but we address all of them. And then nationally, of course, national operators get their own complaints. And then if there's really a major non-compliance, of course, unfortunately, we have to withdraw the blue flag sometimes. It doesn't happen often. Usually it's little issues that we can fix within a few days. So that's how we kind of ensure that there's quality over time. I'm going to go a little bit into details in the criteria, not too much because time is precious. Our criteria, there's a few main categories. The first one, like I said, of course, is environmental education and information. Then we speak about environmental management, water quality, safety and services, social responsibility, and for the boats, responsible operation around wildlife. So when it comes to environmental education and information, we ask all our sites to conduct environmental education activities. Now, of course, with Corona, we're adapting. So now we're starting to see online environmental education activities and very, very interesting ideas that our sites are coming up with. So we're adapting to that. Hopefully it won't last too long. And like someone was saying before, with the vaccination, we can get back to some more less socially distanced activities. But for now, that's how it's happening. Information about the environment on the site, like the local environment. What is it? You have sand dunes, what type of birds are coming, just, the ecosystems. There's usually, of course, a code of conduct, and the training of the staff is also very important for us. Water quality, so of course that's only for beaches. We don't sample in the marinas, but for the beaches it's very important because people want to make sure they're safe. So we ask for excellent water quality according to the EU standards, and of course appropriate sewage wastewater management. Environmental management, waste management for marinas, hazardous waste management, sustainable use of resources, maintenance of buildings and facilities. All these are an integrated plan. Policy, environmental policy plan. Safety and services, emergency plans, first aid and firefighting equipment, accident prevention and risk assessments. And for beaches, access for all. That's not compulsory for the marinas, although quite a lot of marinas are starting to look into this, especially the bigger ones. But that's compulsory for the beaches. Sorry. Social responsibility, of course, we're looking into no discrimination, fair working conditions, and support of local community and economy. And then, like I said, for the boats, special precautions around wild animals, reduced disturbance for their behavior, research support, and reporting and awareness raising. And then we have specific criteria for all the boat-based tourism activities. So because we have dolphin watching, and cage diving, and we have bird watching and like a lot of recreational fishing. So for these, we have a little more criteria for those specifically. I thought, okay, because it's a bit sad that we haven't been traveling for a while. I don't know about you guys, but we've been stuck at home for nearly a year now. I thought, okay, let's take a little tour of our network so you can, see the differences and the similarities in our network. Yes, I still have a bit of time, so that's perfect. So we have blue flag beaches far north. Of course, you guys are already north, so you probably know Iceland, and this is the Blue Lagoon. We calculated that in summer, over 7 million visitors come every day on our blue flag beaches to experience the nature. So we're actually proud of the amount of people that we can potentially educate and touch through just like maybe checking out an information board or also being safe. And but far south, we have also the more Mediterranean beaches. This one is in Greece, if I remember well. There was a survey in Keep Whale Society recently where some people said that the blue flag is a gold standard for the best beaches. And of course, we agree with that. Of course, beaches, that's in England. So we also have beaches more Nordic-y, I'd say, where it's not so crowded. Although this year it was one of our issues, is that overcrowding in some beaches that were usually not so crowded, because usually a lot of the population goes to Greece and Spain, and so they were undercrowded. They were super happy this year when it comes to crowding on beaches, but of course Ireland and some countries were really struggling there. So that was interesting what happened this year. More beaches. Accessible beaches for all, like I said, so that's important for us. When we think about accessibility, we usually just like really look at disabled people, but it's not just that. It's elderly people, it's families with prams, it's someone who just broke their knee. It's really, it's just also more convenient sometimes if the sun is super hot to like be able to walk on a walkboard. Environmental education activities. So this was actually a group of youth in Puerto Rico. What happened was a turtle came to nest, and sometimes they nest too close to the water and they'll get flooded. So within like an hour or two, they have to move them in another nest higher up to make sure that they don't get flooded. And so that they were doing that. And actually for the story, it was with a youth rehabilitation center. So these were like troubled teenagers, and they were really trying to, involve them into really like being more linked to the nature and, looking at that side of their lives. In 2018, we reached 160,000 people who took part in our education activities. So this can be many types of activities. Usually they happen on the site and on the marina, on the beach. Like I said, this year with Corona, it was a bit of a struggle, but it's really important for us to have those type of activities for people to really connect with the nature and learn a bit more about the coastal ecosystems. In some places, we have environmental education centers, so they're really like dedicated to environmental education, and people can just go in and learn more about the local life. Of course, we have an excellent network of blue flag marinas with different types of services. What's interesting with our network of marinas is that they are very different. We have huge marinas, and then we have really small ones, and we're trying to adapt to that in our criteria to cater for the smaller marinas. And then, of course, we have the boats far north. This is like a company that works on Aurora Borealis. What's the name? The vulgar name? I forgot the name. Anyway, so they were chasing Aurora Borealis, and that's in Iceland. And also whale watching. I think that was in Tromsø in Norway, and whale watching in the Southern Hemisphere, and that's in South Africa. So, and that's great white shark cage diving. I have not tried it personally. I don't think I will. But we have worked on criteria to make it safe and eco-responsible for the animals, because in some places that's important. And dolphin watching, that's also in South Africa. So that's for our boats. I wish I was on a boat today. And finally, why do people trust the blue flag? Well, as I've I hope my message came across, is we really promote full transparency. All our criteria and processes are available to the public. We have this yearly awarding process and continuous check process, which means that basically, of course, we can miss something, but like we're really trying to be on top of things. And the members of our international jury are all part of worldwide trusted organizations. Like I already listed them before, but we're talking about very important international organizations such as the UN. So we really try to make sure that we have this variety of points of views and input when we work on our program. And last but not least, I have like 2 minutes left. So we're working currently on, of course, we've all recognized as a climate emergency. So in FEE and Blue Flag, we are working towards a strategy in the coming 10 years to adapt our criteria and to really highlight more impact on biodiversity and marine pollution and climate change. So we will be revising our criteria in the coming years and really looking into that and, you know, stepping up even more. So that's a lot of exciting things coming up our way. And usually I'd say, well, if you have any questions, come and chat with me at the coffee break, or we can sit together at dinner, but unfortunately we can't do that this time. So if you have any questions, just feel free to contact me. It would be really a pleasure to chat with you, or of course with my colleagues, like most of you already know our national operator colleagues in your country, and please continue the good work you've been doing with them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sophie, for joining us. I think if I was listening correctly, it's someone's job to travel all around the world, visiting all these beautiful beaches. That sounds pretty
Yes,
nice.
yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Some people have it. Yeah. Some people do that. Well,
Yeah,
although now with COVID, it's a bit more complicated. But you can apply if you want. We'll receive your your application.
Thank you. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Fredrik Karlström from the Åland government here to speak about Smart Marina and Åland business. Oh.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fredrik Karlström. I'm the Minister for Trade and Industry here on the beautiful Åland Islands. First, I would like to say how sorry I am that we cannot meet in person, all of us, for this final conference to celebrate this unique project, I would like to say, that has done so much good for so many already. A project that will continue to drive tourism and business for many years to come, I'm sure of. It's a great honor for me to say a few words at this final conference and send greetings from the Åland government. We are very proud over that what all of you have accomplished during these 3 last years, and happy over the success Smart Marina already has become. I have been in politics for over 20 years, and I have seen a lot of different projects come and go. Some better than others, but I can say I have never seen something that is so right in time in such a difficult time like Smart Marina. All crises in history of the world has passed, and I know this pandemic that we currently live in also will pass. And hopefully we already this summer can see more tourism than we have the last year. One thing that I'm also quite sure about is that tourism in close proximity of where people live will boost. I really think traveling to Asia or the States or even Mediterranean in low-fare airlines, that will not be the same as it has been before. I think tourism will change. I believe that people instead still want to explore their neighbor countries more, and that we all want to travel more locally in the future. One way to do this is by your own boat. Already last summer, we saw a big increase of sales of both new and used small boats, and I think this trend will continue. People's desire to explore new things and places, that has not gone down. So even if boats are not made for staying at harbors, we know that people are grateful for all the good service a marina can offer. We are all different and appreciate different things. Being out to sea for hours is something that some people likes, and some people likes being there for days. Me, myself, I really appreciate meeting people and having a beer or a glass of wine in a marina. That's better for me. This ending and the completion of Smart Marina project could not have come in a better time. That is something that I'm very thankful for. This is a good project ending in a difficult time, ready to embrace new customers that can take part of and experience and explore new places that are close by in the Baltic region where we all live. This is something I think we should be very proud over. This project has shown that cross-border regional cooperation in the Central Baltic can make an enormous impact and show how small ports and marinas can develop, become more modern, sustainable, and digital for a better, safer experience for all our visitors, but also for us as locals. This is a success story. Smart Marina are a way of showing how the future should be. Finally, before I welcome and going to look forward to listen to the keynote speakers for today, I would like to say that we that live in and around the Baltic Sea have a lot of similar challenges in front of us. We have more in common that separates us. We are all dependent on open borders. We're dependent on tourism and business, and we are all depending on ships, ports, and marinas. We are all depending on the sea. The sea is what connects us. So let us continue working together and find new ways of improving our cooperation. Let's do more projects like Smart Marina together. Once again, I would like to congratulate the whole crew of Smart Marina organization for this positive contribution during the last 3 years. And this is something that we're gonna make a lot of money about for all our different regions. As I said, a ship is safe as port, but that's not what it's made for. So let's go on our boats, let's visit each other and let the Baltic Sea connect us. Let's stay connected and in touch. That's the few words from the Åland government, and I thank you once again so much, the whole organization and this fantastic final conference. You have made an excellent job, and I'm so proud over all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. Now, do we have Kai to go in, or we have a little bit of a time for a short pause? Do we have time for any questions that have come up, or do you want to riff on any questions at all? Or I don't know if I've seen any questions come in on the chat, but this is your moment to right now if you have a question to bring it up. Otherwise, we'll have a pause until 2 o'clock when Kai will come in as a keynote speaker. Thank you. All right, looks like we have Kai with us already. Kai, do you want to just start a little early, or should we give people time to get settled?
I think time to get settled, then I'll check up my setup as well. So I'm very happy if we can start at 2 o'clock.
Okay, we can see you and hear you great here. Thank you. All right, Kai, you are live. Great.
I am live. Very
Welcome.
good. So I will then share my screen and then let's start going. So let's see how this works. So do you see my screen? Do you see my screen?
Yes, we see it. So you can start.
I can start. Okay, so thank you. My name is Kai Arne, and my topic here is open data, open source and open seas. And I will give you a couple of ideas from myself as an entrepreneur from Nagu here in Finland. I'm sitting here in my kitchen in Munich, Germany. And I will give you 5 concrete suggestions on Wikipedia, on Wikidata, on OpenStreetMap, and about your app, and perhaps another app that I think you could be doing. So my agenda here is to start. I have 30 minutes. I will start by telling you briefly who I am and why I care about Smart Marina. And then, because I haven't been working with you, I read up on you and I will recite that to you, how I understood what you say you do, and then give you my external view of what you do. And then I'll come with 5 concrete suggestions. And these suggestions I will tell you already now, and I will then detail them. So my suggestions are to make Wikipedia work for you, to make Wikidata work for you, and to make OpenStreetMap work for you. So those are forms of open data that I think fit very well with the goals of Smart Marina. Then not just make them work for you as in the environment where they are, but make them part of your existing app. Now, this is a dream scenario. Of course, I don't know whether you have additional funding on improving your app, but I am a free dreamer here when it comes to items 4 and 5, and now my screen goes berserk here, but let's change it so that it works again. Yeah, I'm back. So yeah, make these apps part of your existing, or make Wikidata, Wikipedia, and OpenStreetMap part of your existing application. And then I have a wild idea for you to develop a new killer application, geo-aware application, that makes everyone want to visit your marinas because of human curiosity and easy navigation. So that's what I'll be talking to you about. And who I am, I'm the CEO of the MariaDB Foundation. MariaDB is the world's fastest growing open source relational database. And this is of significance because Wikipedia and Wikidata run on MariaDB. There's an entity also based in Finland called MariaDB Corporation, and it's ranked the 2nd startup in Finland. I happen to be a board member of Wikimedia Finland, and I am the chairman and the initiator of Project Fredrika, which is about Swedish Finland on Wikipedia, in Swedish and other languages. My connection to Åland is that I am an investor in Carus, now Winpos, and the IT solutions provider on Åland, and I'm very much locally present, close right east of Åland, as the owner of Fuduvik in Nagu and an island near Lökholm in the south of Nagu. I am also a frequent visitor at Brännskär, at Korpoström, and Kirjais and also Farmers Cafe. And I've actually, prior to this presentation, I've interacted with both Brännskär and Korpoström and also the municipality. I have greetings from Matilda at the university, at the municipality of Pargas/Nagu. I'm also a developer of apps using and specifically on geodata using Python. And on a personal level, I'm a sports hedonist and a language buff with the languages in the order of my native language, Swedish, and then the second one being German, where I'm in Germany, and a number of others. Also trying then out languages that are tourist languages for the marinas in Sweden, Åland, Åboland, and Estonia. I am a resident of München, Munich, Bavaria, Germany, but I am a big fan of both Åland and Estonia, although I have never been to Dage, to EU. So what you say you do, well, this is an old slide, and this Corona has taken 2 out of your harbor, so I understand it's 32 and not 34. Here I'm listing the stuff that you say that you're working on, and that's I've highlighted in blue the ones that I will be touching upon, which is visibility, marketing, making your marinas available across the user base. Of course, well, user base is a very IT-centric word, but your customer base, and also getting them getting international visibility for it. And I very much like also that you're talking about small-scale marinas. There's so many of them, and that means that you need to have a combined effort and use open data. That's my argument, in order to make things available for the world. And then, of course, you're talking about your mobile application, and I have clear opinions on that one. So that's how I understood what you're doing. But my view of what you're doing is the thing I'm presenting here. So first, I have to say that I know Smart Marina only through Lennart and the website. So that means that I am mostly prejudiced, but little real knowledge about what you do. That said, I care for your goals as they have been described. Because of my own background and my own interests, I think that your goals are great ones, and they are good for not just for the marinas themselves, but for all the customers. And my conclusion then, looking at what you're doing, is I'm afraid that you won't be seen. So I'm afraid, for instance, your application will drown. People do not install applications just for the fun of it. There's too many of them today. So it really needs to be providing some truly added benefit in order for people to install it ahead of time before they have been convinced to it sitting in one of the marinas. So that means that I am afraid that your efforts will not bear the fruit that they deserve. You're doing a great job, but that won't be as visible as I think it should be. So the goal of my presentation is to provide a remedy for this. And those are the 5 items that I already listed. So now a bit more detail on them. The first one is that I think that you should make Wikipedia work for you. And the first question then is why? The second question might be how, but the first question is why should you make Wikipedia work for you? Well, it sort of makes sense when you think about it, because everyone is using Wikipedia privately all the time. And specifically for the purposes of Smart Marina, they're using Wikipedia when planning their trips, but they're also spontaneously using Wikipedia for whatever purposes. And then many of us spend time on Wikipedia and jump onto things that they find interesting. So at the spur of the moment, people spend time on Wikipedia. And why do people spend time there? Well, it is because that's where you find the objective facts. Wikipedia is not about marketing. It is about facts that are neutral and that have a reference on the web and cannot be used for marketing purposes. It's also important to realize that people do not use Wikipedia in English primarily. They use it in their own language. English is great for the purposes of this conference as a lingua franca, but I don't believe that there are many of us here at this conference whose native language is English. It's just a means of communication. And if you're relaxing and planning your next holiday, at least I want to get rid of unnecessary use of English. English equates to work in my brain, and relaxing I'm doing in Swedish or German or whatever, but hardly English. Another way of answering the question why is there's nothing more credible than Wikipedia. Wikipedia has the truth. Of course, there are specific things in specific areas that are better than Wikipedia, but they are then very narrow, and you need to be already an expert to know what's better as a data source on something very particular. And if you're a generalist, the best resource for anything is Wikipedia. There's yet a third reason why you have to make Wikipedia work for you, and that is because of automation, of web services, of applications that use Wikipedia because they're lazy to save cost when they provide content. So when you Google for matters, if you Google for your own Marina, chances are that if there is a Wikipedia page on it, it will be the first one. And that's how Google provides content. And if you then don't have a Wikipedia page, well, it's not credible. There's not this neutral information available. So that's the why part of Wikipedia. It is the source of information even for stuff like Facebook. So if you then decide, okay, let's do it. That's by the way me close to Brännskär in Nago with my kayaks on the top of my boat. So how would you then make Wikipedia work for you? Well, the first starting point is trivial. You don't need any experts for that. You just identify the Wikipedia articles that are relevant to you and read them and think, are they good enough? They probably are not. And don't just read them in whatever language you first happen to look at them. Read them in all languages, even those languages that you do not understand. You can still see if there are pictures, if there are maps, if there's enough text, and if it looks smart or not. So read them in Swedish, Finnish, Estonian, and read them in big tourist languages. And mind you, I'm talking now about the native language of the tourists, not foreigner equals English. English is not a big language when it comes to native languages amongst the tourists. So look at German. First of all, our own languages, Swedish, Finnish, Estonian, are the biggest tourist languages. So those are great to start with. But then look at German, look at Russian, look at perhaps English then as a lingua franca, because others might be looking at it, but do not give an overly big attention to English. Then an option for which you already need help is to obtain the statistics from somebody. That's what the Project Fredrika is doing, amongst other things, that we can say whether a page has lots of page views or not. Yeah, you can do that on your own, but it requires a bit of research before you find that. And then you can look at related articles that link there or are pointed to from your own Marina. And the best way then to improve the articles is to find a good role model. How are things done on Wikipedia? Because you have to follow Wikipedia's guidelines. You must never do any marketing there. Just input objective information. There's no reason for you to use marketing language. If you use marketing language and you say best and anything along those lines, then your edits will be deleted, and you're not even allowed really to edit your own pages by the ethics, But you can cooperate with another smart Marina and edit theirs, and they edit yours, and that's then ethically acceptable. But remember, just to input objective information and never opinions, just provide external sources like articles on in the local papers or on YLE in Finland or Sveriges Television or whatever you have as common public resources in your chosen language. So here's for Brännskär an example page. Brännskär is actually not that bad, but the reason Brännskär is not that bad is that because of Project Fredrika having focused on Nagu specifically, and us even having given a book on Nagu based on Wikipedia, we have done a lot of work to improve those pages. So it's not perfect by any means, but at least it's a starting point for how a page can look if you want to have a good page. Second article, that was Wikipedia. Now I'm saying something totally different than Wikipedia, or it's not totally different, it is related. And very few of you will have heard about what Wikidata is. So Wikidata, why is it interesting to do stuff on Wikidata? Well, it is because it's a language independent resource for the Wikipedias, and not just for the Wikipedias, but for other stuff as well. So it's the common, least common denominator between all the languages, and it saves your work. If you input work in Wikidata, it can automatically be used by a language on Wikipedia that you're not editing because you do not know it, for instance. And Google searches uses, they use Wikidata even more than they use Wikipedia. And artificial intelligence apps are going to be using Wikidata a lot. They already exist, some of them, but that's going to happen more and more. And I've linked here an article where I describe in Swedish on YLE in Finland what Wikidata really is. So it's a long article, and you can Google for it. If you Google for Wikidata and my name and site YLE.fi. So how you edit this is a bit more difficult. It's a very nerdy way of updating Wikipedia, and you might need some specialist for it. Here, the illustration, that's a query. That's something that explains why Wikidata is much more than just Wikipedia. So this is, it's very small font, but I can describe to you that it's looking for all the islands between the latitude of, with a latitude below the 60th degree and a longitude between 21 and 22. So that's close to Nagu. And not just all islands on Wikidata in that quadrant, but also whose name contains share. So that's a query that you can do. And if Wikidata is properly updated, which it is in the case of these islands, it will give you a list that, in this case, that query gives the result that I have down here. And it says Bergskär, Södra Rödskär, Pattonskär, Dommanskär, Södern, and so on. So that's just an example of what you can do with Wikidata. Basically, you can do queries, and if there's a query on marinas and you're not listed amongst those marinas, well, read it, tough luck. That's not going to be good for you. That's not going to work for you, because Wikidata is going to be used by all the other apps than your own to populate databases, to populate the application's data. So there is a user interface for Brännskär. This is what the Wikidata page looks like for Brännskär. It has a Q code. It's called Q243-39320. This is very much a nerdy thing. This page won't be used by any of your users, but this will be used as a way of displaying what is in Wikidata, so that people are, when they're looking at applications, can see the proper content. And in the case of Brännskär, it makes very much sense for what it has here. So it has names in English, Swedish, German, Finnish, which are the languages that are listed here. and that name is Brencha. It doesn't have any different name in the other languages, and it has a proper description. So it says island near Kirjaisnaagu, Finland, which makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, who knows which Brencha it is, because the archipelago is full of Brenchas. That's not a unique name. So then switching contents from Wikipedia and Wikidata to something which is not managed by the Wikimedia Foundation, but still important, that's OpenStreetMap. And that's the maps equivalent in open data of Google Maps. So Google Maps is owned by Google, and Google decides what's going to happen with it. And while end users can look at Google, other application providers cannot use Google Maps freely. So lots of the apps use this free variety called OpenStreetMap, such as Facebook does it, and Sports Tracker. This is a Sports Tracker picture of when I was sailing from Biskopsö. This is Ärnholm in Naga, this is Biskopsö, and this is Lillandet. So this was with my catamaran sailing, and you can see that the wind wasn't really on our side on this picture. And it has no text, and that's bad. And that is because people haven't been updating OpenStreetMap properly. If you go to look at Stockholm, for instance, you'll find lots of text there. And it's a stupid thing if you do not ensure that your marina is properly depicted on OpenStreetMap, because that's free marketing for you. Here, you're allowed to do sort of original research. You can even make the coastline more exact and stuff. That's not the case in the for Wikipedia and Wikidata. For them, you have to provide sources. Here, you can enter data freely. And of course, if you enter wrong data, nobody will suffer more than you, because people will have wrong expectations on your places. So here is Brencha on OpenStreetMap. Really, really, really bad. There's no contents on Brencha, not even a name, much less does it say that there is a marina there. So how can people find you? It says here next to Kirjas, there's Ytterstholmen, Svartholmen, Koisaar, and Kumlena. Somebody, for some reason, has updated those. But whose fault is this? Well, those in whose interest it is to have the islands properly represented. They should also do the work and find the method of updating names and resources, what kind of services your marina has here. If you have it on your own site, people won't find it. This is where all of the other applications are looking. So my step 4 and 5 is then, the first one is not a complicated one. It's just that please, in your app, use these. You're available, you're allowed to use Wikipedia, you're allowed to use Wikidata, you're allowed to use OpenStreetMap without paying them anything. You just have to attribute them as data source and say that source of the data equals Wikipedia. They're fine with that, and that's the purpose of using of Wikipedia itself. It provides open data, so you can use it. Just referencing and saying, like, who's your daddy? In this case, it is Wikidata and Wikipedia. So don't duplicate work. Don't create data just for you because others won't find it. They are looking for the open data. So first improve the public open data, and then in your own app, use it for free. And why? Well, again, I'm repeating myself here. It's the multiplier factor. All the others will reuse your effort, and you will reuse the effort of others. So you save cost and improve quality. I think that the major idea here about your application that I'm trying to convey to you and to persuade you, that your application, your app, that's not a moneymaker. It is a driver for money making in real life. And if with that reasoning, you should not do anything to limit how the data for your app is being used. Instead, the more people use your data, the better for you, because that drives money making in real life. So then for my my wildest idea, and this is something that I would want to use myself, and I believe if you do this into your app. Everybody will want your app, specifically everybody who is on the sea, in the archipelago sea, or in the Stockholm archipelago, and in Estonia. I'm specifically here thinking about places with lots of islands, and I'm there on the picture. I'm again on the catamaran, but I'm usually on my kayak and sitting 1 meter with the ice 1 meter above the sea level. You really cannot separate one island from the other. So which island is it that we're looking at now? I don't know. If it's a new place, I really don't know. If it's an old place, I usually will know because of earlier travels. So why doesn't somebody create an application such that if you show your screen, look at this would be the screen on the app. It tells you, oh, this is Ytterstö, this is Idro, this is Dirsha, and behind here you will see Löckholm starting roughly there and going there, and that's 3 kilometers wide. Trundsö is behind Löckholm. It would, and then you turn your app and you'll see the islands, and the names of the islands move there on the app. Now this is absolutely not rocket science. This is trivial to do, trivial in the sense, of course it takes some money, but it's not as if this would require that much because of OpenStreetMap having the coordinates. The phone knows where you are, the phone knows where it's looking, and hence it can deduce in which direction which island is. The picture it gets from the camera, and the coordinates of the islands again exist already in OpenStreetMap, and that's open data, and you can freely download it. So I could code this application myself. The upper part here, yeah, that's absolutely not necessary. This was this is intended to be a picture around my party house on my island in southern Nagu, where this is supposed to be a discussion topic, so that in that direction, if you would look farther, after 12,797 kilometers, you would be in Buenos Aires, and Aconcagua is there, and Peter Cafe Sports on the Azores is there. So that's just for fun and for discussion. So forget the 2 first lines from an application perspective. But from an application perspective, oh yes, it's very interesting to know that 34 kilometers in this direction is good there. So this application, again, repeating, the phone knows the latitude and longitude where you are. The phone knows theta, the direction your camera is facing, and OpenStreetMap has free data on the island's coordinates. So an application can deduce the names of the islands around you. This is super cool. It helps entertain the curiosity of the audience. So this means that people would want that application regardless of whether they are going to your marina or not, which then means that you, in the app, because it's in your interest, you can preferentially show the marinas that are part of your financing system. So this is cool because it helps drive visitors to your marina. And again, this is not even hard to code for a developer. You do get the data for free. So those were my 5 ideas, 5 concrete suggestions for using Wikipedia, Wikidata, OpenStreetMap in your own app, and then extending your application to show some other cool stuff as in the data on the islands around you. I don't know how it works. I'm ready for questions or anything, so I'm now stopping my screen sharing and showing myself here in Munich.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kai. Let's see if we get some questions coming through the chat. If we take a moment. You can see the chat questions come up also?
I can see the chat version, yeah. There's this the Wikidata article. Thank you for considering it interesting. So yeah, I'm happy to contribute further thoughts as needed and as made possible within your framework. So I don't see any questions on the chat. Do the moderators have questions?
I think we're very thrilled that we had you with us today. Yep, thank you so much and for sharing your ideas. And we hope that we'll be able to pick up the app and push it forward going into the future with those ideas. And I guess we all have some homework to do tonight to go back and see exactly how our harbors are looking in these areas. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll share the application, share the presentation here in Google spreadsheet format as well, so it will be linked there when I'm done, and then I'm sending it to you organizers as well. So thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you. Have a great day. Now to everyone on Zoom, yep. To everyone in Zoom, we're going to take a short pause. If you've joined us on YouTube at a later date, thank you for joining us and watching all these exciting speakers. And if you have questions, you're welcome to send them in to all the contacts that you'll find on our website here. But thank you to the YouTube visitors. And now that we've said goodbye to YouTube, it's just us Zoomers here. And